Good afternoon. I'll call the meeting to order, the study session of the Newport Beach City Council, June 11th, 2019. Madam Clerk?
The record will reflect that Councilmember Muldoon will be arriving shortly.
He's in the parking lot. Word has it. All right. Current business, clarification of items on the consent calendar. Any questions on the consent calendar? Mr. Avery? No. Mr. Duffield? Ms. Brenham? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem? And I do not have any, and we welcome Councilmember Muldoon. Next item, we have a proclamation, and we are going to be recognizing the Newport Harbor High School boys volleyball team for winning the CIF Southern Section Division I championship. Yay! So do we have someone who would like to come up from the team? And here we go.
Hello, my name is Jerry Murray. I'm the athletic director at Newport Harbor. I'd like to thank Mayor Dixon, council members, City Manager Leung, distinguished guests, family, and community for being here tonight. I want to introduce to you, or I'll let their coach introduce you, a very fantastic group of young gentlemen. They went 73-3 in the last 2 years. They went 39-1 this year. They won the CIF Southern Section Championship. They won the State CIF Southern Regional Championship. They were named #1 team in California, and they were named national champions. All this while earning a 3.5 GPA and playing all this volleyball. It's a great group of individuals, and they are coached by Mr. Rocky Sorelli, who's going to introduce them to you.
Very good. Thank you.
Which mic?
Nope, they're both good. Thank you. If you could all come up and stand in front here.
Just stand right here to the side so they can still see. First of all, thank you very much for inviting the team here. We're missing a few. The Newport High School traveled to the Museum of Tolerance today, so we're missing a few who are on the bus back home. Just to introduce them, Ryan Schroeder, senior. Joe Carlos, captain, senior. Dane Chalmers, captain, senior. Alec Patterson, senior. Jack Rogers, student council president at Newport Harbor High School, just in case you need some help along the way. Harrison Schrock, senior. Zach Forbath, a junior. And I'm always going to, Reese, say that last name again. Glasson. He's only a sophomore. And then we have Owen Fisher, junior. And then we have the student council vice president and the prom king. Prom king, Blake Ludes. Anyway, Jack Higgs, senior. I skipped right by. Anyway, thank you very much. And I'd like to mention not only an outstanding group of volleyball players, but an outstanding group of young men on and off the court. Thank you very much.
Well, we're very honored and delighted to honor you this evening. So let me read the proclamation. Whereas the Newport Harbor High School boys volleyball team walked onto the court 40 times this season and won 39 times, and 2 of those wins included the championships for the CIF Southern Section Division I and CIF Southern California Regionals Division I. And Dane Chalmers will head to UC Santa Barbara next year as the Orange County Boys Volleyball Player of the Year. And teammates Joe Carlos and Jack Higgs also joined the All-CIF team. And the CIF Coach of the Year, Rocky Ciarelli, has called it a career after this victory, having returned to coach his nephew Chalmers, who has fittingly delivered the match-winning kill off a set from Joe Carlos to defeat Mira Costa. So now, therefore, I, Diane Brooks-Dixon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, do hereby recognize the Newport Harbor High School boys volleyball team for its grit and determination to succeed on and off the court. Thank you and congratulations.
Mayor Dixon, may I say a few words? Thank you. So, I went through this with my children and at the volleyball. The guy in the back is one who really has started it all, Dan Glenn. But Coach, you did it, so I'm not sorry, Dan. But we can't forget Dan over there. He had one of those good years too, super years, if you will. This is just extraordinary. You have no concept of how hard this really is, and so I'm just so proud and glad for you guys. And this is something that you will remember for all your lives. You'll be talking about it like Gary Crane and all those guys, talk about. My pals that did sort of what you did, they're in their late 50s. They're still talking about it. So good for you, and gosh, what a great thing for Newport Harbor High. Go Sailors. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no kidding. Yes. That's funny. Jeff's well, now it's just one. Haley's at LMU.
Crunching the, and Coach Dan's coming.
One, two, three. One more. One, two, three. All right.
Congratulations. All right, short-term lodging. We'll have an update by staff on short-term lodging permit ordinance. Staff, Mr. Jurgis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Dixon, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, and City Council members. Good afternoon. I'm Simone Jurgis, your Community Development Director. With me, I have Monique Neverett, who's our licensed supervisor, and Brian Contino, who's our code enforcement officer. We're going to provide the City Council with an update on our short-term lodging ordinance. If you recall, back in January 2019, we came to the City Council with a study session item, really to get your feedback on what the Council's thoughts are on updating our short-term lodging ordinance. We got some great feedback from you, and we've been working on it. What's changed since January 2019 is that Santa Monica City of Santa Monica also had a short-term lodging ordinance that got challenged by a couple of the larger platforms, the hosting platforms. And that ordinance went all the way up to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and the City of Santa Monica's ordinance prevailed. And why is that important for us? Well, what that ordinance did at the time for City of Santa Monica is that actually required the hosting platforms not to list unpermitted short-term lodging units, in the sense that if it's a legal unit, you can list it. If it's an illegal unit, the platform should not be listing it. And that was included in the Santa Monica ordinance. What we've done is we've taken that language and incorporated it into our draft ordinance. So this evening, what we want to do is just talk about what's in our draft ordinance. And staff, both Brian and Monique, have been working really hard on putting this ordinance together. And the way to kind of visualize this ordinance, the ordinance has some new language that provides some regulations on the operation of a short-term lodging unit. Additionally, we've included language that actually puts some additional regulations on the hosting platforms. And this is following the ordinance that City of Santa Monica prevailed at the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Additionally, in the ordinance, we do have some language with additional enforcement. Next slide. So why is this update to our ordinance important for us? Well, first of all, we've heard from the community. We understand that the short-term lodging units may pose an impact. And so we want to improve the quality of life for the residents. And that's one of the reasons why we're here. At the same time, we do recognize that short-term lodging is a robust business for the city of Newport Beach. And so we want to continue to support that business. And third, and I think this is really important too, is that we want to provide a level playing field between the short-term lodging units and our hotel operators. Our hotel operators are very busy. They comply with a lot of regulations. They pay their TOT tax. And short-term rentals can be looked at as kind of a version of hoteling. And so we just want to even the playing field for both the hotels and short-term lodging, at the same time support the short-term lodging units and look at improving the quality of life for our residents. Go ahead.
So we're going ahead and we would like to make some new owner requirements. The first one being we want the city's short-term lodging permit that's issued by us to be placed on all advertisements. On the application itself, on the initial application, we're going to require that they tell us the floor area of their home so that staff can now make a determination that they're not exceeding the maximum occupants by the building and fire codes. We will provide to the owner, to the applicant, how to compute that by using the building code. So it's going to be, the floor area divided by 200. For the owners also, in 2015, we started to impose some additional conditions. The current code allows us to do at city manager's discretion. And so these have been educated to the owners that are renting now. However, we think that putting them into the code is going to make it transparent and that they can look at the code to make sure that they're following all of the rules. So these would be notifications that needs to be posted in the interior. They'll need to have a 24-hour local contact person, and we want that local contact person to be within 25 miles radius. So if you live out of state, and maybe you use a hosting platform or you use a friend that helps you with the property, we want to ensure that if there is a problem with the property that you are within 25 miles. We want them to provide to their guests that when they arrive, where to park, the number of on-site parking, when street sweeping occurs, when trash collection occurs. We also want to impose that there will be no amplified sound between the hours of 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. We think this might help with some of the noise nuisance complaints that we are receiving. And we believe that the notices to the guests, we want that posted in the unit, notice to the guests that they're responsible for actions and that they may incur some fines if they do violate any of our conditions. For the agents and the hosting platforms, we want to get from them for them to provide a listing of all the pertinent information of their owners. That's going to include the name, mailing address, situs address, phone number, length of stay, and price paid for the unit. We will ask that they'll collect and remit at TOT at the city's request. They will only be able to list the legal units that are compliant with the zoning, short-term lodging, and business license tax. We'll require them to verify and remove any illegal units. And they shall not collect or receive any fee for facilitating any of their services.
Which brings us to the enforcement section of the short-term lodging units. So the city now will have the right to subpoena the hosting platform to get a list of all their list or advertisements for their listings of the city. So that way we can spot check to make sure that every listing they have has our permits and they're in compliance with our regulations. We've gone to an administration fine schedule of $200, $500, and $1,000. First citations, it starts at 250, seconds 500, and then 1,000 for each additional fine that they are in violation of Chapter 5, 595 of the Municipal Code. After the third violation in a 12-month period, we are proposing that we put the permit on a 1-year suspension where they will no longer be allowed to conduct any rentals during that time. And then with that, if we get any further complaints that we can completely revoke the permit if we get subsequent complaints while they're on suspension. We are proposing that we close the permit after 2 years of reporting zero TOT to the city, with the option that the owner can renew the permit when they are ready to perform short-term rentals again. Revoke the short-term lodging permit with after receiving 2 logos or loud and unruly gatherings from the police department, which are down in the safety enhancement zone. Those are issues, especially around the 4th of July and the busy season to create the disturbance. And then the last thing we would like to see is including the short-term lodging permit number and the TOT tax or the TOT percentage in their advertising. So that way residents know what their permit number is and how much they are paying in addition to the fees that the hosting platform's already charging them. And the other thing we are proposing is for the single-family residences that currently have the short-term lodging or the grandfathered units, we understand that there's, right now the way it's written is if they demolish the property, they lose their permit. But we want to be able to see people maintain their property and, maintain their property with, adequate property maintenance. And so if they need to demolish or remodel their house, they will be able to keep their grandfather permit as long as they don't increase their dwelling by more than 25%.
And so finally here, this ordinance that we have that we've proposed, and we've attached it to kind of the study session memo so everybody can kind of take a look at it. It's still a work in progress, so mind some of the errors that we're still working through. But one thing we did realize too is that in the ordinance we defined an agent to be licensed by the state of California as a real estate agent or a licensed real estate broker. We realized that there are agents in town that manage property that are not licensed. And our intent was never to put anybody out of business. And so if we actually mandated the license portion of it, we may put some of these property managers out of business. So I think we would suggest that we just go ahead and remove that from this draft ordinance. And so there's not going to be any licensing requirements for that. From the planning side, we get a lot of requests, not a lot, but we get a handful of requests each year for allowing short-term rental in mixed-use zones. Currently, our zoning code does not allow short-term rental in mixed-use zones, and about 350 additional units. We just wanted to make sure that the council is still comfortable with restricting that. We didn't want to add additional short-term rentals into the pool. We think there's already a large number of potential short-term rentals that can be included or used.
Do you want to explain how many there are in other parts of the city in terms of other forms of building, like R2, for example?
Sure, Brian, can you go to the very, very last slide? We did include. So we do have, you could see there the actual permitted, that's actually about 1,400 right now. And the total allowed right above it is about 10,000 units are allowed. So any of those 10,000 can come in and obtain a permit and pay a business license tax. We can go back. And finally, what we did include in this ordinance is that each unit only allowed to have 2 vehicles to park on the public street. What we've heard from the community is that there is, as we know, there's parking impacts, especially during the busy season, and so we did include a provision of just limiting 2 vehicles per unit. It's an enforcement challenge, absolutely, but we wanted council's feedback on that plan too. And that concludes our brief presentation. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
If we go to the draft ordinance, I'm sorry, because we got the second red line. It's page 7. The very top of it starts with the number 6. Starts with 6, period, with respect to any short-term lodging unit.
Correct.
All right. In new 9 that's been struck out with 8, just so everyone knows where we are, it's the section that says, I'm sorry, just let me also preface by saying that this is under it saying all permits issued pursuant to the chapter subject to the following standard conditions. Number 9, the owner shall provide the city with the name and 24-hour phone number of a local contact person who shall ensure compliance with the chapter in a timely manner. It strikes me that we've got to figure out a different way to do that, only because, so for example, I know we've got Craig Batley in the audience, and at some point Craig probably goes on vacation, although I don't think very often. And so I'm thinking that what we ought to do there is, I understand the intent. The intent is to make sure that there's someone who can respond quickly to issues of loud noises or over, too many people or whatever violation there might be. But having one contact person that they have to change 5 days in advance and whatnot. I mean, there are times when people get sick. There are times when things happen. So having multiple contact information of some kind would be great. There might even be an answering service that people can go ahead and use. But I'd like to make sure that we're doing it in a way that will actually work. And I just want to make sure that I don't know the answer to that, honestly. It's probably why we have a study session. But I wanted to point that out, that I don't think this would be workable for our businesses. So we need to figure something else out in terms of a contact. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Brenner.
I just have some questions. Why are R1 homes no longer permitted?
So it goes back kind of a, I want to say, how long was that? 2003. There was, I'm sorry? 2004. There was a difference with the approach that the city wanted to take. We didn't allow it in the single-family zones. We wanted to allow it in a part of the city, and so hence, that's why they're allowed now in the R2s, where we want to kind of protect those single-family neighborhoods versus the R2 neighborhoods. In a sense, it's that balance between the two zones.
I have a problem with protecting the R1 but not the R2 neighborhoods when I live in an R2 neighborhood. And they're closer together, and there's probably more of an impact. So I was curious about that. I also have some questions. What is a safety enhancement zone?
So a safety enhancement zone is actually created from the city council, and it's generally around the 4th of July in the peninsula area. So it's where the fines are doubled and patrol of police are in a higher concentration.
Okay.
It's West Newport, 64th Street down to about the Balboa Peninsula, or Balboa Piers, the safety enhancement zone.
So that's where police vehicles and emergency vehicles need to get through, and there's a excess concentration probably.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. That's fine for now.
Okay, Mr. Avery.
How do we know what TOT is owed, if someone's actively in the business month to month?
He is on an honor system from the owner and the agents.
Does that have something to do with the subpoena?
Yes,
power?
we need to ensure right now our agents and our owners are pretty compliant with when we have a question in regards to their TOT remittance. The TOT form is a line item. They'll fill out total rents collected, and they'll figure out the formula from there, then 10% of that, and then any penalties or so forth. With a hosting platform, their typical practices, they want to remit one check to the city. We will not be able to identify what properties those were coming from and from what types of rents collected. So the subpoena, should we ask the hosting platform for the information and they do not want to comply, then we have the rights to go through the administrative subpoena.
Mm-hmm. But it very much is the honor system at this
Currently,
point.
yes, it is.
And what do we collect a year?
4 million.
Interesting, thank you.
Well, just to follow up on Mr. Avery's question, and just to clarify, since we've been publicly discussing short-term rentals in the last 2 to 3 years, community development we've outsourced the, Simone, you explain what we're doing, but we're going after the property owners that don't have permits when we are actually identifying them and going after them, and you have recovered substantial sums of money through that process.
Correct, yes. Prior to about 2 years ago, we were staff scrubbing. We were actually having a staff member look up every single internet hosting type platform. It's time consuming. We were catching quite a bit, but that in turn said, well, maybe we should look at a company that will help us do it. So city does contract with Host Compliance, and they scrub data for us, and then they output a list. They output 2 lists. We're unique. What they've done for us is they output a list to one staff member stating, hey, here's some properties that are eligible for rent, but we don't see a permit. and they'll spit out another report to code enforcement saying, here's another list of properties that are in your illegal zones but are advertising for rent. And yes, it's about last year was about $1 million that host compliance helped us find.
That's fantastic. I remember when it was 200,000 a year. That's
Yes.
fantastic. So that speaks to, there's a lot of unpermitted rentals activity going on in our community.
Yes.
Much anymore.
Yes. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask one of the questions. So on that same page that I had been asking about on new 9, there's also a new 12. And new 12 says, the owner shall include the city-issued short-term lodging permit number and the applicable transient occupancy tax percentage on all advertisements. So I'd love to hear from the folks who operate this, because it strikes me that if we require them to put the word tax anywhere on an advertisement, that may not help the cause in terms of getting people excited about renting. And so my preference would be to not require that, but I'm curious what the thought process was behind behind including this, with the understanding that I'm not particularly thrilled with the idea of that in general.
Sure. No, yes, understood. So we believe that putting on the advertisement that the city is going to collect 10% of the rents, we get several calls a year saying, I want to book a property, and they're telling me, let's just say it's $1,000 for the week. But then they tell me that I have to pay an additional tax that goes to the city. How much is that? Some will just say you have to pay an additional tax. We think that if we put the 10%, nobody's going to undercollect, nobody's going to overcollect, and the guests themselves will know right out of the starting gate that 10% does need to come back to the city.
Got it. Okay. I guess my perspective on that would be that there are a lot of laws already in place that would make what you just described illegal for the agent to have committed, including false consumer laws, false advertising laws. I would suggest undercollecting taxes would probably be illegal. So there would be, I would just suggest, I don't think that's a good idea for businesses, but like I said, I'd welcome the discussion.
And Will, if I also may add, and it might be new, and it just may be educating the owners that are using the platforms, but we're finding out that when we're sending out the transient occupancy tax forms on an annual basis, some of them didn't have any idea that they were supposed to collect 10% of the rent. So it's also kind of just a transparent education way for the guest and the owner. But yes, absolutely, we can hear from the public.
Okay.
Mr. Herdman.
So no more warnings as far as disturbing the peace, right? Immediate fine, $250.
That is correct.
That's great. However, we're going to have to work with our police force to educate them about that, not to give warnings, not to be easy. I see that as a component of this.
In addressing that as well, every Monday morning I do get a report from the police department that states every rental property that has received a noise violation and been issued a disturbance advisory card. So that comes to me every morning, and then those properties receive their citations that day.
Did you have any other questions?
Oh, no, this 2-vehicle parking per unit for street parking. So if I'm renting a place, my wife and I can each bring a car and we can park it on the street. We're not guaranteed a parking place, though, on the street.
Thank you, Councilmember Herdman. Right now, we have no restriction on how many vehicles you can bring to a unit.
Right.
So if you had 2 families or a family with 3 vehicles, so we wanted to put some restrictions on number of vehicles.
That's what you're aiming at here. You're not guaranteeing.
That's correct.
Parking. Well, we might want to take a look at the wording on that.
Yes.
That might be implied. Thank you.
Brian, you mentioned every Monday you get a report from the police. Just could you characterize what typically your Monday morning looks like with what's the activity over the weekend?
Yeah, so every Monday morning, the police department does send the report for all the calls of service for noise disturbances throughout the city. And they identify to me every property that has a short-term lodging permit. Last weekend, we didn't have any disturbances. The weekend before we had one, so it's just a mix. It will start to pick up because we are now coming into the summer season where we do have a lot more renters coming into town.
Okay. Mr. Duffield?
Thank you, Mayor. You may have already mentioned this, and I missed it, but does this outfit that we work with, do they look also for boats on moorings or any kind of boats as renting for short term?
The host compliance does, can identify boats, and the city does not allow any rentals on boats.
So what I've been told is that there are a lot going on like that. Now, I personally haven't seen them because how are you going to know, right? But I just throw that out at the group here so we all understand that the mooring owners recognize this is a nice way to supplement their costs to boat. Thank you.
Well, just to follow up on that, so then are the mooring owners or the boat owners, mooring owners, obviously, how are they dealt with?
Right now, they are being notified through our harbor division and their supervisor, Matt Cozyline. He's handling the complaints on the water.
Okay.
Councilman Avery said they walk the plank.
That could happen. Mr. Muldoon?
Thank you. Who's the subject matter expert on the actual platform, or the main platforms, which are Airbnb and what's the other one? Okay. Who's sort of dived into the technology?
In regards to the scrubbing of the data or how the platforms operate?
How the platforms operate? Yeah. Either.
Hopefully, I'll be able to help you.
Okay. I'm aware of other technologies that are available for commercial use that have a similar scenario where they can collect sales tax or not, or TOT in this case, which is different. Is there no feature that when you sign up for one of these platforms as a landlord that you can opt in that that be collected up front?
Yes, as a matter of fact, some of these hosting platforms, especially the big ones, Airbnb, they have engaged in contracts with other cities. They're calling a VCA, a voluntary collection agreement. And again, they will go ahead when the public signs up to rent the house in Newport. It will collect the money from the guest and submit the portion of the rental to the owner, and then keep the transient occupancy tax and remit it to the city. And again, that comes in one check only to the city at this current time.
Okay. Perhaps I missed this. Is that being required by us of the platforms?
At this time, we are not requiring. It'll be only at the city's request.
Okay. I would think that would be worth requiring all operators who are going to be within the city of Newport Beach, at least for tenants or for guests who stay in Newport Beach, that's collected with them up front. And it should be, obviously, for every transaction. It reduces our auditing costs and provides transparency. Then also gets rid of the dilemma that Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill pointed out, which is, well, what's this 10% they say I've got to pay? It has a transparency component, so now I don't need to advertise it's being done. They're going to see when they're signing up through the app that it's being collected. And it's a very logical place for it to be collected rather than in a paper bag or some other way that perhaps is not as professional. So I don't know if that's something that can be done to require the operators to do.
We're hoping that we can reach an agreement with the online hosting platforms. We want to ensure that there's equal treatment between the owners, the agents, and the hosting platforms. So currently, right now, the owners and the agents are required to fill out the city form. We have to identify the property that's renting and the total rents collected. Right now, the hosting platforms will not give us any of that information, and they will not break it down per address. They want to say, for the city of Newport Beach, we collected $500,000, here's your check, and we're not going to tell you. So we put it in there that at the city's request, we want the transient occupancy tax, but we do need to feel that we need to work with these hosting platforms to ensure that they are required to follow the same formats that the agents and owners are required at this time.
Okay. So just allow me to understand this for a second. If I'm setting up my account, I'm a landlord, I'm setting up so people can come visit Newport Beach and short-term enter into an agreement to stay at my residence or my property, then I've created an account at the early stages. That's when I put on the toggle feature that basically collects tax as required by local jurisdiction from then going forward. So even if we're not disclosed a specific address, that individual, we still would want to audit and confirm that all addresses are being collected up front, but that individual would have to go into the platform every time and turn the toggle off to not collect taxes for certain units, then turn the toggle back on and play a cat and mouse game with the city. Do you see the point I'm trying to make? It would take a lot of effort for them to do so. They still may be willing to do it, and we still want audit to make sure they're being accurate with us. But if we required that all units within the city that are being asked to occupied or being leased out or rented out, that it'd be mandatory that it be collected up front as a feature, that makes more sense, and we'll have more likelihood of capturing every address. It'll be harder for them to withhold the occasional visitor or payment made. Is that making sense, Simone? I see a nod in your head.
It does make sense, and that's something that is a feature that we can require from the platforms, and that's really the feedback that we're looking for from the council.
Okay.
Is this something that you want us to go ahead forward with, where require them to provide that TOT to us? We are requesting that we include that subpoena powers. That if we want that data and information, we can subpoena for that information.
And just for purposes of clarification, Yolanda Summerhill with the City Attorney's Office, the subpoena isn't something that we're, striving to, necessarily get into their documents. Under the Stored Communications Act, we are obligated to, or only able to obtain information via subpoena. So the objective is certainly not to get documents, but if necessary, we'd like to have that mechanism in place so that we have access to them.
Okay, I don't see any, I'm not disagreeing with that at all, and I may have missed where you mentioned this was already being done. I guess I was wondering, is it capable that we just require that be collected by the platform up front? All users agree that they'll set up the platform in that way whenever leasing a space within the city limits of Newport Beach. And we'll, of course, still audit their submissions, but we will be paid directly by the platform for every property and make it tougher for them to circumvent that. That's
correct. There is a capability to do that.
Okay, and has that been recommended, or do I suggest it?
So your suggestion helps with how we crafted this.
Okay.
So we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to follow up, we've been trying to do that with the platforms for as long as we've been talking about this.
That's correct.
And it's thanks to the City of Santa Monica and Airbnb's challenge, now that we have the decision by the Ninth Circuit, that we can go forward to do that. Just for a point of clarification, hotels collect a TOT. We obviously don't require guest registration information. How is the city paid by the individual hotels? On what basis? Annually, quarterly, monthly, weekly? How do we get paid? Just generally speaking.
On the hotels? On the hotels, we're paid monthly.
Monthly, okay.
Mm-hmm. Agents for short-term lodging pay quarterly, and owners that are not represented by agents pay annually.
Oh, so a property owner who's managing their own property has to keep records for a year.
They'll have to keep records for longer. According to TOT, I believe it's 3 years that they have to keep
Well, even more,
records
but I mean, they're having to pay the city. I just wonder.
Yes, once a year. Every October 31st, owners that aren't represented have to make their annual tax payment.
Okay. All right. We'll think about that. Ms. Brenner, you want to comment?
Yeah, I think this was part of what you were touching on, but so when someone reserves a hotel room, does it tell them that they are paying a certain percentage in TOT tax when they're reserving that hotel room?
I believe that's going to be up to the hotel operator, what they're disclosing during their booking reservation. We don't require it of hotels in our code.
So I wouldn't know if I was booking a hotel that I had to pay a 10% TOT tax.
You see it in your bill.
Yeah, late at the end, but that's what I'm talking about. Mayor Pro Tem's comment.
Yes. So any other additional fees that the hotel may charge, once you hit that ready to pay, it usually should itemize what you're paying for.
I know it's on the room on the, isn't there a tag in the back of the door that tells you that? So you do know in the beginning that that's what you're going to be paying.
I think if you're making a hotel reservation online, when you get to that ready to push the button, I think it does list the total cost.
Seems like it does. Yes. So, okay. And I also had a question about noise or our noise ordinance. Do we have a noise ordinance in the city that says whether you're a vacation rental or anything else, you're not allowed to disturb the peace of your neighbors at any time of the day or night?
So we do have a sound ordinance, and we do have quiet hours that start at 10 p.m. and go till 7 a.m. And then during the day, you can be a little bit more rambunctious, I guess, a little bit louder. But obviously, if they are disturbing the peace, we will address it no matter the time of the day.
And that's not just amplified music. It can be talking on patios or anything else. We've been very concerned the last couple of meetings about construction noise during the day on Saturday, but we've not been very vigilant about enforcing noise regulations at night when people are sleeping. So I think we need to make it more clear in the regulations that there are quiet times that you're not allowed to violate that. You're not allowed to disturb the neighbors. And we need to be very clear with people when they're renting that that's the neighborhood that they're going to be staying in.
Any other comments up here? Why don't we take it out to the public? Please come forward if you have a comment.
Hi, I'm Nancy Gardner. The house next door to me just became a short-term rental. And to speak to Council Member Brenner's point, what I have found the first 2 weekends, there were groups of 10 young people, and they started drinking early. The purpose seemed to be to get as drunk as they could, as fast as they could, and shout the F word as loud as they could and as often as they could. They weren't playing music necessarily loud, but I certainly had my day shattered. And I'm thinking, well, God, do I have to put in triple pane instead of double pane windows, and that sort of thing. So how we define noise to give me some relief would be great. And it's not the visitor's fault. The next weekend, the family came with their kid. They were here to see Newport. You know, they went out to the beach. They had a great time. I chatted with them. Hi, how are you? Great. Love to have them. The other 2 weekends, they weren't here. They could have been any place. They never left the place. They just wanted to sit and drink. So I really hope that we can provide some protection from the noise, not just the big bass amplifier or something. Thank you.
Good comment. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dixon, members of the City Council. I'm Gary Sherwin, the president of Newport Beaching Company, which, as you know, is the marketing arm for the city, and we work with all of the hospitality partners here in the community. As I think you all know, Newport Beach is a very popular visitor destination. We receive about 7.5 million visitors a year that come to spend time with us. Those visitors enable us to build a tourism economy that is valued now at over $1 billion a year. And as you discuss this short-term rental policy tonight, you might expect that we would be supportive of lodging that would enable even more guests to stay here and spend more money, and normally that might be true. But the hospitality industry is also very sensitive to the fact, as you have all discussed tonight, that many of the operators that are out there are not playing by the rules. Some short-term rentals are obviously not in the rental zones. Several of them, such as the online providers such as Airbnb and Vrbo, do not respect these zones, nor do they pay their taxes. And there are a number of short-term rental operators, many of which are here in the audience, who are local, who are playing by the rules. Our concern, I think, from the hospitality industry's concern, are some of the major national internet providers that have ignored us and stymied a lot of the efforts that this city has been trying to work with them over the last several years. We know that certainly compromising the zoning laws affect the quality of life for our residents. We think that's very important. And they also, obviously, these operators charge less for the rooms because they're not paying their required 10% transient occupancy tax. That gives them 10% more to their own bottom line. And yet they're enjoying essential city services as well as all the marketing that we do to help fill up these homes. I think that the city has been doing a great job at code enforcement. I applaud you for that. I think it's a very wise investment. I want to thank Mr. Durgis and the staff for coming up with some really good ideas on strengthening your short-term lodging ordinances. Companies like Airbnb have historically said that they, of course, want to cooperate with cities like Newport Beach, and I have had many conversations with them myself. And in fact, we had a discussion with an Airbnb senior executive here at City Hall a couple of years ago with city staff, and we made just a couple of simple requests at that time. And that was to put a box on the host application that would indicate what that short-term rental permit number was. Not for enforcement purposes, but so that the city could access that and then make sure that there was compliance. 2, to make sure that they were paying their required TOT. And the third, which they actually agreed to, was to have regular audits, perhaps every 2 to 3 years. Airbnb replied that that box, adding that to the host application, was technically impossible for them to do, which I find pretty amazing for a global technology company, but they said they couldn't do it. And I think that's really kind of crazy. But I applaud you for continuing to push the issue forward. The hospitality industry is behind you on this, and all they want are fairness and people to play by the rules. And if everyone does that, we'll be more than happy to do our part in helping promote these platforms along with all the other law-abiding hospitality industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Don Abrams from Abrams Coastal Properties. Mayor Dixon and Council, thank you for having this session. I think most of your new requirements that the staff has put out are reasonable. There were 2 particular points I don't agree with. One was to eliminate the licensing requirement for rental agencies. I think it's good for them to be licensed. The DRE has got requirements for those of us who are licensed, and they're both ethical and legal requirements that I think are a good thing for a rental agency in the city. I've had some occasion to speak to some of these unlicensed firms, and when I mention what I think are the legal requirements, they'll say, well, we're not licensed. And I don't think it's a good thing to eliminate the need for a license when renting. You have all these other requirements. Why not have licensed agents handling these? So that's my point number 1. Number 2 is a smaller point. I believe staff's recommending that you close a permit on a rental that's not being used for 2 years. I don't see the need for that. I can see perhaps a person decides to use their home for 2 years and then wants to rent it again. And yes, they could renew it, but let's say a new council comes to the fore and decides there shouldn't be any short-term rentals except those that were already grandfathered. Then these people would have, in the interim, lost their right to have their grandfathered vacation rental. So I don't see any need to revoke licenses that haven't been used for 2 years. They're paying the permit fee, which is income to the city, and there's no purpose in eliminating that. So those are my 2 points.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Hi, good evening. Nancy Arachi, Balboa Peninsula, and a lot of my points have already been covered, so I'm not going to duplicate those. Currently on the peninsula, there are 4,353 properties with a short-term rental status. This is a horrific number. Of those 4,400 properties, approximately 868 are operating legally in the city. So that means there's approximately 3,500 properties that are floating out there as part of that number that are either attempting to fly under the radar, and I know the city is using a lot of diligence to try and monitor this situation, but obviously they can operate without being seen by the city in order to avoid paperwork fees, penalties, and so on and so forth. So there really has to be some sort of mechanism to eliminate these 3,500 properties so that we know for sure they're either operating or they're not operating. For me, there are several categories that are crucial because the peninsula and Balboa Island are primary locations for these short-term rentals. All tenants should be informed that in the lease that the illegal parking will most likely result in a ticket and or towing. Examples of illegal parking would include parking or encroaching in alleys, red zones, crosswalks, and neighbors' driveways. This happens constantly, the infringement on these areas. In addition, all tenants should be informed that there is no parking on the sidewalk. There's no driveway on on the peninsula very much, like a normal link driveway. So when you have cars pointing nose in into the garage door, they are completely blocking the sidewalk. When you stack cars parallel to the curb, going up to the garage door, they are blocking the sidewalk. So the end result is families, children, people are walking in the street while the cars are safely tucked up on the driveway. This has to stop. And law enforcement needs to get a little tougher on this, I would ask. Noise and accepted use of the property. All short-term rental tenants should be informed that rental properties are for residential use only. There should be no commercial use, which would include wedding receptions, fraternity and sorority parties, company parties, business parties, things like that. These are residential properties, not party venues. All tenants should also be informed that they cannot have excessive noise at any time, day or night. Thank you, Joy, for bringing that up, because there's a lot of times when during the day it's just horrendous. They have bands, they have food trucks, they have things going on that make it, even with doors shut, windows shut, everything shut, you can't even listen to a TV. Trash. This is obscene. At the end of a short-term lease period, mountains of trash, broken furniture, boxes, bottles, etc., are placed at the curb, even though there may not be city trash removal for several days. This unsightly accumulation of trash results in disgusting odor, filth on the sidewalk, birds pecking through the plastic bags, and trash being blown all over the sidewalks and the streets. The proper disposal of trash and the amount of time can sit at the curb absolutely needs to be addressed. You cannot have somebody move out on a Tuesday, the cleaning crew comes and puts it out until the following Monday. Okay, and lastly, I know I'm over time, please excuse me. We need a 24/7 hotline for code enforcement. I'm not saying somebody has to be there all the time, but we should have a hotline to the city, and during business hours or whatever's acceptable to you, someone from code enforcement should get back to us to confirm receipt. The leases that aren't working, the 3,500, there needs to be an elimination process. Anyone that has 2 verified violations during a 12-month period, they should be taken off the books. And
Okay, wrap up. Okay, go ahead.
Last point. All short-term leases should be subject to inspection by the city on a periodic basis, because a lot of these are maximizing bedrooms or using garages for living spaces in bedrooms and so on. You don't know if they've got the proper smoke detectors, carbon monoxide, and so on, and that creates a dangerous environment for all of us living near them. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Karen Carlson, and I live in Corona Del Mar. And I'd like to thank the council and the staff at what progress has been made. I was at one of the very first meetings in the community room several years ago, standing room only, and a lot of very strong feelings expressed. I think that there's been a lot of very thoughtful suggestions, and I support all of them. A couple of comments. On the very first page, you had 3 things that you were commenting on. I think there should have been a 4th, that you want to protect the neighborhood. People come because they want Newport Beach. They want what we have. They don't come, many of them, to have just Party City. So we have to protect our environment. I had 2 comments. I think the permits should expire after 2 years, maybe 3, but especially, and then rolling that over to the comments about the R1 permits. I think that R1 permits that have been grandfathered into areas where there are no other short-term housing, if they haven't been used in 2 years, I think they should be, they should cease. And then finally, having been in the travel business for over 2 decades, all hotels at one point or another say there are taxes. And it's usually at the beginning, by the end of the booking process, you will know there are taxes. And I think that we should state those up front. It gives clarity to both the people who are coming, it gives clarity to the lessor, and it gives clarity to the city. It's not something we should try and hide. I don't think anybody is going to not come because they say you pay a tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, come forward.
Hi, my name is Jim Petrelli. I live in East Bluff. I've lived there since 1987, about 32 years, and I bought a place with my in-laws on 504 East Oceanfront in 1988, 31 years. Our home was built probably in the 20s. It's a small beach cottage on 504 East Oceanfront. It is in the R2 zone. My concern is the square footage requirement. Right now we have a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home. It is a small home, but we don't have like a master bedroom or big bathrooms, but it is 4-bedroom, 2-bath. Currently, the old, I believe, and I didn't put this on there, but our current permit that we've had for 30 years has 12 occupants. We don't allow 12 occupants, it's too much. We allow between 8 and 10. 10 only if people have small kids, typically 8. Right now, under the current ordinance, that permit would go from 12 down to 6 for a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home. That would really hurt our business. I've probably paid $250,000 over the last 30 years to the city of Newport Beach. I know that the $4 million is 1 year, but still, it's a substantial amount of money. I think what's going to happen is by having that fixed requirement, you're really going to hurt a lot of the older places back in the 20s or 30s. They built homes smaller. They built them for beach rentals. They're smaller bedrooms. They had smaller closets. People aren't there living. I don't have 10 people living there or 8 people living there year round. People come for a week. They don't need that much room. We have a nice part of our house, has a nice front yard with a barbecue and a couple of tables. So it's plenty of room for, let's say, an extended family that might have 8 to 9, 10 people there with kids. It's in 31 years, never have had a complaint or a violation, and it would really hurt people like me. I don't know if there's a way you could grandfather, maybe based on the age of the unit, or I think what's better is to we have 3 parking spaces, have something where it's more based on the number of bedrooms and the parking and the bathrooms. For instance, maybe you say, okay, it's 2 or 2.5 occupants per bedroom, provided you also have, 1 bathroom for every 4 or 5, maybe five people, and 1 parking space for every 5 people. That way, if you are renting it to 8 to 10 people, they have to have maybe 2 off-street parking spots and at least 2 bathrooms. I think that's a better formula than just a straight take 2,000 square feet, or in my situation, 1,200 square feet divided by 200, and I can only allow 6 people. It would really probably drop my rentals in half and maybe make me go to just a long-term rental. But it would really hurt, I think, people that have some of the older places that weren't as big at one time. Also, one last thing, there is what they call a heating memorandum that's HUD, and it says that that as a general rule, considered occupancy of 2 persons per bedroom is reasonable. So I think even from just a federal standpoint, that's generally the code is more 2 or 2.5 people per room as opposed to square footage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable Mayor Dixon, fellow City Council members. My name is Craig Batley, and I am an operator of vacation rentals on the peninsula, Bear White Realty. Been there for 50 years, and we rent to families only, pretty much. And there's a lot of misconception about vacation rentals. One thing I'd like to just mention briefly is that a proprietor hotel guest relationship exists for vacation rentals, which means the guests have no rights, as opposed to a landlord-tenant relationship. So if you have a contract for a guest and they violate it, you can go down and ask them to leave right on the spot. They have no rights whatsoever. So if you have your contract drawn properly and they violate some of the provisions as provided by the city here, they can leave. Another thing I think is a little bit of a misnomer. We can't rent any property without a parking space or two. Who wants to come down here and try to find a parking space if you have no parking? They just don't want to do it. So virtually every property we have has parking. And then there's comments about that are in the provision of the code right now. It talks about excessive noise, disorderly conduct, vandalism, overcrowding, traffic congestion. On the peninsula, I think the lifeguard people kind of estimate that sometimes there's as much as, it's over 100,000 people come down to the beach every year. So when you compare that with, let's say, the amount of vacation guests or families that come down on the peninsula, maybe around 5,000, it's a very small percentage for the amount of total people that come down the peninsula. So the impact of those vacation rentals really isn't all that great, you get right down to it. Another thing is I'm in favor of the enforcement side, quite a lot. I noticed that the first draft came out when the fines were maybe $1,000, $2,000, even $3,000. Somehow now they went down to $250. I'm in favor of anybody that has infractions to have a lot higher fines. If someone is making, let's say, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 for the summer, and they're breaking the rules, $250 is nothing. I think it needs to be stronger as far as the amount of fines for the violators. And another comment regarding if you demolish a dwelling, whether it be an R1 property grandfathered in or an R2 property, to have some sort of restriction of, let's say, 25% additional area is really not. I guess that only applies to the R1 properties, because an R2 property you can remodel your house and do what you want. You still have your permit. But an R1 property would be penalized if you limit the square footage. So if you have an R1 property, you have a grandfather permit, and you want to build a 3,000 square foot house, chances are it's not going to be more than 4 bedrooms. The revenue on that's going to be $15,000 a week maybe, and it's a win-win. Now, we have some properties on the peninsula right now that are going to be torn down, and they're going to build 3 new homes. The revenue is going to be $15,000 a week during the summer, and there are 2 properties, so they can keep their permit. But I think that needs to be addressed too. And one last thing, I think that this whole process is a little bit complicated, and I kind of recommend that maybe you have a little subcommittee designated to go over some of these things and some of these comments that are made today. And I suggest maybe Jeff Herpin be on it since he's on Balboa Island, and maybe Will since he's on the Finance Committee, and of course Monique, and maybe myself.
Thank you for helping us organize our committees. All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Yes, Mayor and Council. My name is Shannon Horan, and I work for Abrams Coastal Properties. I'm the rental manager there, and I just have one concern, and that is with the collection of the taxes. Currently, right now, our business model is to collect the taxes on behalf of the homeowner and then remit it to the homeowner and assist them in filling out the form if they need it to send in the money to the city. Now, if you go to the VRBO and Airbnb's HomeAway to collect the taxes, and they're only giving you one big bulk check and you're not able to reconcile which home it comes from, how does that help the homeowner when they are able to, actually, our guests are able to book through our website? And we have 19 homes on VRBO and HomeAway. So if somebody finds it on VRBO, great. If somebody finds it on our website, great. So we collect the taxes regardless of whether it's VRBO or our website. If VRBO starts paying you and you can't reconcile which property it comes from, and we're giving our homeowner so much money, I just don't know, I can't see how that's going to work. There are different business models, I'm sure, for different companies, and I'm sure that they maybe collect the tax and pay it on behalf of the homeowner, but we don't do that. It's the responsibility of the homeowner.
All right. Thank you very much. That's an interesting comment. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Roanne Turk, and we have a short-term rental on the peninsula. First of all, I'd just like to say thank you. We support all of your recommendations, and we've been coming to these meetings for a number of years, and I really appreciate how thoughtfully these discussions have gone on to really support both short-term rentals and also understanding how they impact the community. Last year, just FYI, we paid $22,000 taxes to the city. That tax is disclosed upfront to the guests, and they pay it upon booking, and then we remit it to the city. Our guests are families. They wouldn't be staying necessarily in hotels. Yes, we have parking spaces for them. One of the first questions they ask us is, where can we park? We always have an empty garage and have parking spaces. It's their first question. Lugo, thank you, City. We give the amazing Lugo brochure to all of our guests. We let them know about it so that they know what the rules are. And I have Newport Beach's phone number on my phone, so our guests can text me if there's any issues, and I can make an immediate phone call because we want to make sure that they're not being disturbed. Most often it's the homes that are around us that have 20 to 30-year-old residents that party a little bit too much, but we make sure that we're always respectful and let the city know. And they've always come out and responded. If I've had an issue with somebody that's loud and unruly, they're amazing. The city's response is fantastic. So I just want to say thank you. And we always recommend, one of the first things our guests ask us is, where do we go to eat and what are the services? And so believe me when I say they're riding the bikes that we provide up the peninsula and enjoying everything that makes Newport Beach special. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Carmen Rawson, owner that have short-term rentals since 1992. Through those years, I have used many different property management companies, and I agree with the comment that the agents should be licensed. Also, that the agents should also be liable for what happens in the property. In my case, I live here, I know what's going on with the property, and sometimes I live at the property, there is an issue with noise. I call the agent, a previous one that I used years ago, to take care of it, and they didn't do anything. I have to do it myself. When they are licensed, if I did not live here, and an absentee owner and trusting that licensed agent to do something professional and take care of any noise issues. When they don't have license, then there is no way to enforce for them to do their job. Regarding the TOT, in our case, for example, the agent collects the TOT, and you have to realize that a property is not listed, yes, in one platform, as somebody said before. It's in the agent website, VRBO, then you have a Airbnb, you have all these different platforms, so it makes it more difficult to reconcile the TOT to a specific property for that reason. Airbnb, for example, we also try to rent to families, and we have a minimum age requirement that was 25. We try to increase it to 30 to try to avoid the single guys or groups. And Airbnb said that that was discriminatory and you couldn't do that. So the housing platforms sometimes stop us from trying to put more restrictions and trying to be more selective in the type of guests that we have. The last item is regarding the floor area. I agree with the other gentleman that it shouldn't be just a straight number. If you have a one-bedroom place versus a four-bedroom place, you have common areas, kitchen, living room, dining room. That gives you a different perspective of how you can use the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Come forward.
Thank you for having a lower microphone. My name is Valerie Vandezilver. I happen to live on the Balboa Peninsula, and I have 5 short-term rentals around me, and I own one also. Also, the last 3 years, I've been blessed to be involved with 6 different cities in Orange County in creating short-term rental ordinances, one which you would know has been more famous than we'd like to be. So I'd just like, for a point of information to help you understand taxes, if you book a house on VRBO or HomeAway or our website, which is the same with other managers here, that taxes are included in the quote up front. Airbnb does not include the taxes in the quote up front, so it has to be listed separately. Now, in the one city where I have the majority of my vacation rental properties, they check our listings and make sure that we state in the ad that the taxes are, in that case, 15%, and that they must be added. And what we do is we accept the reservation, and then before we finalize the reservation, we add the taxes. So everybody knows up front it has to be in our listing, so the city checks our listings to make sure it says that, and plus we don't accept the reservations until that happens. And to speak to the payment of the taxes, we collect the taxes and we pay the taxes on behalf of our owners every year, as most management companies do. And so I think that that's a fine policy. I mean, really the issue isn't who pays it, the issue is that it gets paid properly and it gets paid collected. So what you want to do is, whether even if you book through HomeAway or through my website, we still have it in our ad. So everyone knows up front that the taxes are. You go to a hotel, you pay taxes with a short-term rental. So if any of you have other questions, I'd be happy to answer the questions about that. As far as occupancy and noise and enforcement, it all boils down to the same thing. Every city I work in, everybody has the same complaints, and it's only those complaints. It's noise, occupancy, trash, and parking. That's it. Mm-hmm. And taxes. So it really is a matter of enforcement. We have very strict policies as far as the guests that we accept. We have an age limit. We have a very strict reservation agreement, and we have signs in our properties at every one of our exits going in and out of the property. It says what the quiet hours are and what the rules are, and that if they violate the quiet hours, that they'll be asked to leave. I go up at 10 o'clock at night, 10:05, I get a call. I'm there, and I ask them to leave, and they don't get any money back. So it's just a matter of telling the people up front, if they don't like it, they can go someplace else. But they know before they book what the rules are. They know when they go in the house what the rules are. It's a matter of educating guests, letting people know in advance what's expected of them. Most people want to do the right thing. Most people do not want to lie. If you say to someone, if you come here, here are the rules, most people who intend to break the rules will then just cancel the reservation. They'll go someplace else. It's really, you're always going to have some exceptions, but what is the difference if you have a long-term renter and they have a big party on 4th of July weekend? I was in another council meeting last week where one of the councilmen said, my neighbors behind me had a graduation party last week till 1 o'clock in the morning. If that had been a short-term rental, at 1 minute after 10, I could have called the city and those people would be gone. So keep in mind that they're not the only bad ones. I'd be happy to work with any of you, answer any questions that you might have about short-term rentals and regulations and enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Afternoon. Thank you so much for having us. I wanted to speak on behalf, my name is James Petrelli, and I want to speak on behalf of my grandparents. They've owned a vacation rental down on Balboa for the past 20 years, and a lot of it is their retirement. And, I know if there are certain changes to the occupancy, I mean, we have an older cottage, and I was looking at photos today of back in the 1920s, and you could see our same unit still standing there back then. And so we have about 1,200 square feet, which if the occupancy is changed to, to have a lower occupancy based upon the square footage, it would really affect the rental value of the property and ultimately affecting their retirement. And, I work in the multifamily space, and I know generally for multifamily, it's a per bedroom, and it's usually 2 per bedroom plus 1. And so I would just like to request that there is a more discerning around how it could affect, especially people who have been, residents of Newport Beach and business owners in Newport Beach for a long time, and their livelihood is really based upon that. And for us to be able to kind of rebuild our property, would be, a huge undertaking in order to have the rental capabilities that we currently have as far as income goes. And so I think as far as occupancy, and I'd agree with a lot of the speakers, we do a great job on the front end, really vetting out. And, I think the amount of complaints that our property has are very slim to none, because we do a great job of vetting out tenants on the front end. So that would be my request, that there's some consideration around the amount of rooms that can handle a certain occupancy as opposed to the square footage. Thank you so much.
Can I just ask you a question? So when your grandfather spoke, is the property 1,400 square feet, and he was saying 8 to 10 people? How do you get 8 to 10 people into 1,400? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. How do you get that many people?
I guess bunk beds or?
No, I mean, it has 4 bedrooms. It's just, it's the rooms are smaller. I mean, the rooms you can fit a queen bed in each room, and right. 2 to each bed, and you have a nightstand, and it's a quaint little place.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for speaking on behalf of your grandfather. That's very nice. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Dixon, city staff, council members, thank you very much for your leadership on this sensitive issue. It's always, no matter what community you happen to be in, it always seems to be very sensitive. My name is Scott Carpenter. I own iTrip Vacations here in Newport Beach. We're a small locally owned company, and we manage vacation rentals for our owners. One of the core values I set out when I started this business was to be a good corporate citizen. So to that end, we do follow all of the rules that have been set out and put in place by both the city as well as the state. We do not represent unlicensed properties. We don't go outside of the zone. Those are just things that I think would make for a bad experience for both the residents as well as the guests who happen to be staying there. I am not licensed with the California Department of Real Estate, but to this date, I don't believe that we have had any violations with any of our particular properties. We go the extra distance to make sure that things are done correctly, taken care of correctly. I do think requiring us to be real estate agents, I do think the city is kind of overstepping what some of the state requirements happen to be. It would be a shame to legislate out a quality business based on a change such as that. I'd like to echo some of the things that Craig said. Platform tax disclosures. We do disclose our taxes to all of the people who are renting. We do collect all of those things. One of the things I would suggest possibly is if you are a property manager, the city should require you to collect and remit all of those taxes and provide back to the city a detailed listing of the stays that were there, excluding a guest name, of course, because I think that does cross over privacy lines. But when I submit our taxes to the city, we do list by property what the length of the stay is, what the rental amount was, so they do have the appropriate backup. The parking one I thought was very interesting. I can't rent a property without having a parking space. It just does not exist. If you do ask and say that, hey, there is a 2-car minimum, my biggest question there would be, how would you enforce that? We don't know whose car is what that happens to be. It could certainly be a guideline that we would put out to all of our guests. Again, I do thank you for all of the leadership on this, and thank you very much for the time. If the council does create a study group, I'm more than happy to be part of that and offer up our feedback as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Ken Rawson, Mayor and council members. I'd like to applaud you for your efforts on this, and Simone also, and your team. My wife and I have been doing property management short-term here on the peninsula for close to 30 years. And having personal experience in this, we need your help in making a level playing field. Since Airbnb has come out and the other platforms, we've seen our neighbors on surrounding blocks. It's amazing how many in the last 2 to 3 years have shifted to doing Airbnb and moved out of their house. And it's created an empty home. They're not there. They do not live, we know this for a fact, they do not live within 25 miles. The response time for problems that happen at their homes is sometimes days. You've heard from other people who have come up here and spoke. The trash issues are real, and we see that with them. So whatever you can do, and as my wife said when she came up here earlier, We need your help. As the gentleman spoke at the very beginning of this talk, the responses, we need you to play hardball with Airbnb and the platforms. What we need to see, what you want to see as a city, we're expecting you to bring your legal expertise and power and make them comply. The fact that 2 years later they tell you they can't put a box on one of their platforms to tell you what the permit number is, to me, is ridiculous. So we shouldn't cave in, because our city is a destination spot that many people around the world want to come to. We have guests that come to us not just from the surrounding states, but we have guests that come and stay at our property from overseas. So let's keep it that way. Let's keep it a place that people want to come to, but keep it under control. And by these rules that you put together, and this is a very good start. And Mayor, I'm going to answer something for you. One of these properties, you were wondering about occupancy per bedroom. One of these neighbors I have that's rented through Airbnb lists his house on the Airbnb website as sleeps 12. He has 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom sleeps 2, the secondary bedroom sleeps 2. Do the math. He puts 7 in one bedroom and lets 1 sleep on a sofa. That's how he gets 12. I'm asking for some stricter rules as far as occupancy than what we're even driving for here. I think 7 to a bedroom is cordwood inside a room. So what he gets sororities, he gets fraternities, he gets a party house, he gets the noise. I feel sorry for that block, but at least it's not on my block. But we can help control that if we make this just a little bit tighter. So thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Jeff Bosson, owner-operator, Seabreeze Vacation Rentals. This is a destination area, as he said, and I'd like to echo everything Craig said. That was very well spoken. We started in La Jolla 15 years ago and have managed vacation rentals in a bunch of destination spots, and nobody does it. No city is as evolved and down the line that we've seen as Newport Beach. I think these Santa Monicas, the San Diegos, the Malibus, everybody 10 years from now will be doing what you guys are doing now. So just a breath of fresh air to see where you guys are. Regarding some specifics here, like these other guys said, we cannot rent a house if it doesn't have 2 parking spots at the house. It's up, and it will rent sometimes, but it will lag so far behind every other house that the owner's going to eventually just turn it back into a long-term rental because nobody wants to book it. So that problem really takes care of itself. Along with, no house really wants to be overburdened with too many occupants. So what we've seen as a good guideline, and some of the other guys have said, is 2 per bedroom plus 2. That seems to work every single time. It's not too much. It allows it to rent at what it should, but it doesn't get over occupancy. So just thank you very much, and keep doing a good job.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. We have been asked to comment on the draft ordinance, which I recognize as a work in progress still. As I indicated in writing, in addition to the Santa Monica ordinance, there was an older ordinance from the city of San Francisco that also survived scrutiny by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. One thing I noticed about both of those is they committed the cities to producing a registry of all the properties that are legitimate for short-term rentals. And I think without such a registry, we would have some difficulty, as our ordinance proposes to do, to threaten to penalize the online hosts for putting an illegitimate listing if we don't tell them what listings would be legitimate. So we might need to produce a registry like this for this to work. Second, we have a very restrictive definition of owner in the draft ordinance. It applies only to the person whose name is on the title to the property, which means that in a home sharing situation, by our definitions, as I read this, it would have to be the actual title owner of the property has to be with the guests. for the home to be shared. I don't know if that's our intent. It would be very restrictive if that's what it is. A third comment, which I did not put in writing, the 10% tax that we have been talking about repeatedly here that we're trying to collect is technically a 9% transient occupancy tax and a 1% visitor service fee. And I noticed that's mentioned on one place on the page that Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill called your attention to. I think it's important to be consistent about that. We're not trying to collect just the transient occupancy tax part, but all the fees that are due for a rental. I assume that's our purpose. Along the same vein, we're also trying to collect a business license fee, and it's unclear to me if we're asking the operators of rentals to have a single business license for all the rentals they might operate, or every unit that they operate as a separate business and needs a separate business license fee. And then almost finally, regarding the monetary penalties that are being proposed here, they seem to be discrete penalties, but it's not entirely clear to me in all cases when one violation ends and another begins. In those other cities' ordinances, I noticed the penalties are often per day, per violation. So perhaps some of these should be per day. And then finally, in the other cities, I noticed that they reserve to the public what would be called, I'm not a lawyer, I think it's called a right of private action, that people can file their own lawsuit against somebody that they think is violating these rules, and that is something you may or may not want to have here in Newport Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back up here. Do we have any comments? Mr. Herdman.
Just one question, Simone, about the listing. Tell me what the thinking is about behind the non-use of a short-term rental for 2 years, and then the permit expiring.
We believe that if a property is permitted paying the annual business license, the short-term lodging renewal, but they are consistently remitting zero, there's either a red flag there, or we'll also be assisting that you don't need to pay that business license and that annual renewal for your permit. Close it out. We won't send you any business license annually, short-term lodging annually, and or your quarterly or annually transient occupancy taxes. We're going to stop sending you all of that stuff if those permits are closed out. And then in the third year or the fourth year, you're saying, I want to reinstate, I'm going to start to engage again. Great. Come on board, reapply, start paying your annual business license, your short-term lodging permit, and then we'll start to send you your annual or quarterly transient occupancy taxes.
Fine, thank you.
Mr. Avery.
Well, I think all this is good if we managed the short-term rentals like that lady that was down here that talked about all her short-term rentals. Because the real key to this is active management by whoever owns the property, that they are on it. And they respect their neighbors and they know what they're doing, and they go, I'm going to make sure by basically everything she said, ironclad contract, reminder signs, that she laid it all out. And people get the message, and it's really important. So we take in $4 million in the tax?
Yes, last year it was 3.998. This year we're expecting over $4 million.
So that's $40 million a year in business that ostensibly short-term rentals are doing, roughly?
$4 million.
Right.
So we collect annually
it's
$4 million.
10% of the total.
Yes.
It's a lot of money. It's a big business. And so what's happened to me is that the rental cycles have dramatically increased in town, and they're going to continue to dramatically increase for the reason someone pointed out, that there is a little trend of people leaving their places because there's just so much income and they're vacationing in Italy or whatever they're doing. And, who wouldn't? I mean, we hear the numbers and you go, boy, if I could rent my place out, it's attractive. And this is I think, a game changer, and I think we are, responding well to it, but we're probably not, quite there yet. And how many code enforcement officers do we have out on a Saturday?
Thank you, Councilmember Avery. We just started our Saturday program, so we have one code enforcement officer on a Saturday.
Big town.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking with this kind of income, we should to help our residents, and I'm not suggesting anything, but maybe there's things that we can do since, we're taxing and, maybe we could put that toward, some kind of better relief for residents. And I know if you're Nancy and you've got people next door to you all day drinking and partying, and I've had that happen to me, it's sheer hell, basically. And your home in a place like Orange County and the intensity of the environment that we're in, your home should be a sanctuary, and you should never have to put up with people that are swearing and drinking and carrying on, no matter what time it is of the day. And so all these things we need to deliver. I think we need to have a way of delivering relief to people in a quick way, and we need to really find ways to make people who are doing this active managers. And it's just so important, and I think that's in the wording and the way we communicate and educate. So maybe it's an education process with us and with landlords to be on this and just say we're not going to tolerate it, because it is a small group of people, very small. And so by educating, you're going to take out everybody that's not up to speed, and then you're going to get the ones that don't care, and we just need to get on those in a major way, and I think we're doing that already. But there's no reason why we can't really control this and deliver a thing that works for everybody and protects the right for people to peacefully enjoy the quiet of their home all the time. Thank you.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. Just an FYI for our staff, I was able to get a hold of our former harbor master, Dennis Durgan, and he says that they shut down 3 to 4 dozen of those type of rentals out on the water, out on the mooring fields and in marinas.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to run down a couple. I would agree that we don't need to have add the license requirement. The revocation for non-use, I'd like to see that spelled out a little bit better in terms. So right now it's 5.95.075B is the closeout. I'd like to see in a reference at the end of that it's one sentence. That sentence saying that if they would like to renew, then let's create a process for that. I was concerned about that. Actually, for a different reason than other folks. I think we've got to be really careful about shutting down public access in our community, especially in the area that the Coastal Commission takes a look at. So that'd be helpful. And then the square footage requirement. So walk me through that again. One of the folks was referencing one of our speakers was referencing a concern about the square footage requirements. So we tied that to our current fire code or building code. What are we tying it to when we're doing that calculation?
So we did tie it directly to the building code and fire code because they're both the same with occupant load, and the codes do say 200 square. It's 200 square feet per occupant. So we just referenced the occupant load table. So during the presentation from the public comments, one thing to consider too, we could always take this provision out. We don't have to impose that provision. We thought it was an easy way just to reference the building code. But the building official and the fire marshals can modify code. That's their allowance. So if we want to establish a process where if somebody wants to go above what the building code allows, that could be something that's more subjective and discretionary to the fire marshal, where they can do a site visit, make sure there's smoke detectors, make sure there's proper ingress and egress, and they can add a little bit of a higher occupant load. So there's always a process that can be modified for the building code if we want to go down that path.
Let's assume for a moment that we didn't include that at all in this code provision. Would it still be illegal for people to be renting to a group that exceeds the building code and fire code's current occupancy requirements?
It is illegal, but again, it comes down to enforcement and us from understanding or knowing about it. It is illegal since it violates the building code or the fire code. And of course, we know it happens, but we're not proactively trying to track down every short-term rental unit. The feedback we got back in January was maybe we want to impose some type of occupant load restriction for these units, and that's something that we came up with. We thought it was simple.
So, I mean, if we put it in here, it'd be double illegal, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of that's what I'm hearing right now is the idea that we wouldn't even need to put it in here because it would already be violative of the current code as is.
So the idea was that it would be on the application form where the property owner would have to declare their square footage. And then from there, we would be able to determine their occupant load. And that way, kind of the property owner is aware of it, and the tenant is aware of the occupant load, the maximum occupant load.
Interesting. All right. One last thing. I'm not sure I completely understood the comments from, I apologize, I forgot her name, the Abrams. Thank you, Shannon. So I didn't fully understand exactly the remittance issues that Shannon discussed, but I would appreciate it if staff would take time talking with her to get a better sense of what the issue is, because clearly we're not trying to harm or penalize or make more difficult the operators in our city who are doing it correctly, and so it would just be helpful to make sure that we're working with the folks who deal with this on a regular basis.
We will. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I think my comments will not really be much of a surprise. I don't support additional licensing for individuals in charge of managing real property in the scenario. I don't support the limiting the number of occupancy in a unit beyond the code as already exists in that form. I don't support the automatic suspension unless it's an R1. I believe the automatic suspension makes sense from a public policy standpoint if your goal is to sort of eliminate or reduce the activity being discussed. In this case, the only place I think there could be an argument for reduction of this activity is a space it was never intended to be in, and if that is not exercised, sort of you don't use it, you lose it. Train of thought is the only justification I can think of. Otherwise, we just keep collecting the fees and licensing. If there is a red flag, which I'm curious exactly what you mean by red flag, we know who they are, and we can go see who they are on a regular basis. I guess I see a lot of real issues here that were brought to my attention that I was not previously aware of, to be honest. Parties, food trucks, commercial use, noise and trash. These are serious issues, and I don't think the blame is so much on the consumer as it is the business owner or the agent, if you will. So I'm not entirely sure how best to do that, but what I don't want to do is take away property rights. This isn't a good example where the platforms know how to pin us against the business interests of the community because they're not always willing to play along until the court forces them to, which I think segues into what I think is the most important issue, which is transparency. The taxes and the TOT already exist. They will always exist. We're not voting on whether to increase them or enforce them or not enforce them. They're existing, but whether or not they're being collected or whether or not it's disclosed to the user or whether the user feels perhaps that they're being collected fraudulently are all issues that I think can easily be solved simply by mandating that every unit that operates within the city limits of Newport Beach collect this amount through the platform, not themselves, to be paid to the city directly, not through them, at the time of the transaction, which is at the time of purchase. So I'm not entirely sure how we do that, but I think that's a very reasonable request that that the platforms, I think, should be willing to do. And if they're not willing to do it, makes you wonder the genuineness of their intentions of cooperating with the cities. Because obviously these resources are being used to pay for their enjoyment of the property without an offset for the city to pay for the expenses incurred. The last thing I had. So I guess I want to end up kind of on a question. If you did not have us in front of you, this item in front of us right now, and there were repeated complaints about trash, noise, perhaps parties being done at a specific location, obscene things like food trucks being parked in front, and maybe even a commercial operation existing at what should be a residential location, what are we doing in that scenario? It's basic. It's a current enforcement scenario, correct? We're simply applying the rules that are already in existence and enforcing them against the violators.
And I'll let Brian and Monique dive into that if they have some additional things to add. But it really, we have a reactive program. So we would expect that if there is issues that the residents do see, or they would report it to us, and we have a good team, and we respond to go investigate. If we notice the violation, we would issue the notice and or as a citation. I think in the past we've been much more forgiving of any of these violations. We do give notice. We give people an opportunity to comply. And that we can actually be a little bit more aggressive and just issue that citation right away. That way it kind of makes a point. But I think that's what we're doing currently, and I'll turn to Monique and Brian if they want anything else to add. They don't.
So it seems like the solution to that is an instant citation at a lower amount rather than the couple of warnings and the very large fee later on.
That's correct.
Okay, excellent. Great proposal. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner. I have a question about our 10% TOT. It says in the ordinance that it covers our administrative costs. Does it cover all of the costs that we incur?
The TOT goes into the general fund, so that's the tax that goes in there. It's not a fee, it's a tax. What we recover in regards to covering our costs in short-term lodging is the cost of the permit, helps us review the permit and and ensure the compliance that the unit can be rented, that if they are represented by an agent, those are the only costs that we're recovering is in regards to our application process.
So we have costs because of these rentals that we do not recover.
Well, say for a nuisance, for an officer having to repeatedly go out maybe to a property, the tax is going into the general fund, which is going into police services, refuse, street maintenance, upkeep of the sidewalks.
I have vacation rentals in my district where they've had repeated calls, and it has not been resolved, and the people are awakened several nights a month because of this one particular property. So I'm concerned about how many times we're sending officers out there and whether we are being efficiently reimbursed for those costs. So I just like to make sure that in our ordinance, whatever we choose to affect would be make sure we cover all of our costs. I had a question, I believe it was Valerie Vandersloven that was speaking about having properties in other cities, and she mentioned that one of the cities where she has property, they have a 15%. Is she still here? I don't know if she's still here. Anaheim. It's Anaheim that has a 15%. Okay, that was interesting. And, I may be the only person up here who has rented my home out for vacation rental. When my family was gone, I did exactly what Brad said. I rented my home out through Newport Beach Vacation Rental and went and lived in Italy for a few months. And it was a great experience in that it really was helpful for me to be able to pay for my trip, and it turned out to be a good experience because I only had monthly rentals. I didn't have weekly rentals. And but around me, I have had weekly rentals. And I really object to our two properties kind of being considered second-class citizens because these are our homes. And if we're woken up in the middle of the night, it's just like someone in an R1 property being woken up. I've had many instances where the property that was 3 doors up and across the street had just people hanging out on the patio until midnight or later. And I have gone up, spread the bushes apart, and said, "We're trying to sleep. Could you please go inside and close the doors and windows?" So this is something that it doesn't matter whether it's an R1 property or it's an R2 property. These are our homes, and we have to take a really tough stance on this because it's not fair. We have recently authorized a policy where you can't make too much noise during construction on Saturday during the day, but we don't effectively enforce the too much noise at night, whether it's even just 2 guys that had a few beers standing out on the patio talking at 11 o'clock at night, that is an infraction. And we need to, I think the council needs to take the stance that this is a zero tolerance issue in our city. This is a quiet city. We are a rule of law city, and granted, we don't have effective enough enforcement officers, but we need to really look at how we're doing this and make sure that people understand that they have to be quiet when they're in our city, because these are our homes. Granted, it's business opportunity for some people, but these are our homes. So I want us to make sure that we enact the strongest policy possible.
All right, Mr. Herdman.
Just a quick question. Is host compliance paying for itself?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, it's been a good discussion. Let me see if I could try to summarize where we are. Let me ask my colleagues, do you think we need a small group, an ad hoc group? It's been suggested to kind of work with staff and pare down some of these key issues. Would you think that we need one? Mr. Herdman, do you have a comment?
I would say yes, as long as I'm not on it.
All right. All right. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd be happy to work on something like that, sure.
Well,
if that's what the community wants, I'll be happy to do it.
All right. Well, that would be one recommendation is I will, as mayor, form the committee, and I'll nominate the Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Herdman. Ms. Brenner, did you want to be on it?
Yes. Yes.
You were popularly elected by Mr. Batley.
Real quick, I think a two-person ad hoc would be fantastic. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harper.
You can't really take action here at study session. So
Okay, well, I'm just nominating anyway. We could resolve that. All right. So then what I will do, since we've now just created an ad hoc committee, I will leave it in its good hands to work with staff.
You can't create an ad hoc committee right now at study session. So we'll bring it back at the next meeting.
All right, but what I'm saying, I could say if and when we do create an ad hoc committee, that ad hoc committee will work with staff to run through this long list of improvements that we could consider making. I do want to say one of the speakers spoke to this point. Which I agree with, that I look at what other cities, we all read what other cities are doing in this matter, and there's chaos. I mean, Laguna Beach just passed an ordinance to prohibit short-term lodging. We seem to manage this. I mean, we have these issues that are important, not to diminish them in any way, but we're refining what we've been doing as a city now for 20-some years, 25 years. So I think we do have a great advantage that we have an excellent professional property management community. We now have individuals who are engaging in property management. I'm a little uncertain whether they should be certified. Maybe licensed is a strong standard, but at least certified, perhaps. But that could be ultimately on the list of things to do with the ad hoc committee. So I will, we've got a long list of items. I think, Mr. Churches, you have them, all staff has them, and let's put a list together for the ad hoc committee to address these items. Is that agreed? All right, so thumbs up to do that? Okay, we all agree? Okay, all right. All right, before we have our regular session, we have to move quickly here. Do we have public comments on agenda and non-agenda items? Please come forward. Public comments.
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. You might be expecting me to make my usual comment about closed sessions, but I noticed that you have no closed session tonight, for which I'm thankful. So I intend to make a very different comment. I wanted to take this moment to commend our city attorney, Mr. Aaron Harp, for his calm and professional conduct during the medical emergency that developed during last night's aviation committee meeting that involved a member of the public going into what appeared to be cardiac arrest. By my observation of the many people who were present in the room, Mr. Harp was the only one who had the presence of mind to go look for the library's defibrillating device, and he also was the one who knew how to operate it. I don't know what the final outcome was of that, but I am very thankful that we have employees whose sense of responsibility to society goes beyond the narrow description on their job listing. I'm also thankful to the former city managers and fire chiefs of Newport Beach who had the foresight to see value in placing those devices first in our police vehicles and then later in our public buildings and providing training on how to use them. I think we benefited from that last night, and again, I'm very thankful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we are recessed for about 10 minutes until the 7 p.m. Regular City Council meeting. Thank you.
Hold on.
Oh. Is the city clerk ready?
Yeah.
Okay. We're ready. All right. Good evening. I'm pleased to reconvene our regular session of the Newport Beach City Council, June 11th, 2019. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
All right, I'm going to exercise the power of mayor to just advise that item number 4 on the consent calendar I'm going to pull, and it will be reconsidered under the category of reconsideration, so we'll move that up from the end of the meeting. Is that okay? All right, tonight we're going to have the invocation by Pastor Jack West of Mariners Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by the Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Good evening. If you'll bow your heads with me as we invoke God, the God that we trust based on our sign in the back of the wall, and we now invoke his name. God, we pause now as we enter into this time of governance, and we ask that you would grant wisdom and discernment. We also offer up thanks. We know that this opportunity to govern ourselves is a gift. It's a gift from you that you have given over and over again. And while we may have done tonight 1,000 times, would you open our hearts to the reality that we are here with the freedom to decide for ourselves under your goodness through your gift. And it is through that gift that we ask that you would empower this council with your grace to decide on behalf of our community what is good for all, and what is just, and what considers even the least of these. Would you help them lead us in loving our neighbors through the way that they govern? And most of all, would you pour out your blessing on this council and all those associated tonight? Amen.
Amen. Please place your hands over your hearts. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has the discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode.
All right, now is the time for City Council announcements, new items council members would like to be placed on for future agendas, and oral reports from City Council on committee activities. Mr. Avery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also would like to pull item 3 tonight.
Okay.
Well, again, my wife and I attended the Balboa Island Parade, which is getting stronger every year, and it's really something, just a real show of community spirit, and overall, just a celebration of Balboa Island and of course, all of Newport itself. So it's something, and hopefully everybody's been to it. It's something you should definitely see at least once. On the other side of the spectrum, along with Councilmember Brenner and Councilmember O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, I was there for the kickoff meeting, if you will, of our newly formed homeless task force. And there's a lot ahead here, and I'll maybe let the Mayor Pro Tem speak further about that. Thank you.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, last Saturday we enjoyed our 3rd annual underwater cleanup. We had 315 volunteer divers, and they picked up hundreds and hundreds of pounds of stuff under the water. And a big shout out to the founders, Mark Ward and Billy Dutton, and the Balboa Bay Club, of course, for allowing us to put it on at their fabulous resort. And looking forward to next year's. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I also had the opportunity to participate in the Balboa Island Parade with my 7-month-old son. I'm afraid he's going to think that's normal to be in a parade as he grows up. And I want to take this moment. Oh, he's stepped out. If you haven't read our story yet or saw the earlier presentation that Mr. Mosier eloquently stated, our city attorney, Aaron Harpt, helped save a man's life. Man who was upset or had a heart attack at one of our hearings. And I was joking with Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, most attorneys cause heart attacks. They don't actually stop people from dying from one. I was going to ask him if he's going to bill for it, but he's not here to answer that. But it's great to see our staff and, of all people, our city attorney be so heroic.
Very good. Ms. Brenner.
Continuing my saga of orientations that I'm doing as the newest council member, I'm doing what most of my council colleagues have done, which is I have gone out and I've met with the department heads from almost all the departments now. This was, I toured the police department with our chief of police. I toured the lifeguard tower at lifeguard headquarters with Chip Duncan, our fire chief. I talked with our fire marshal, who is newly hired, Kevin Bass, about how he is going to bring us regulations that will further enhance our safety in the fire prevention area. I also toured the San Joaquin Reservoir up at the top of the hill at Marguerite, and I was able to walk on water with Mark Vukoyevich, our department head. That was pretty fun. I attended the Orange County Sanitation District Operations Committee meeting as Councilman Avery's alternate, and I was able to chat briefly with Orange County Supervisor Doug Chafee about the airport, and I expressed our appreciation that they are apparently willing to work with us to help to protect our communities. I attended the Women in Government luncheon at Deborah Allen's home that was put on by Deborah, Kathy Harrison, Robin Grant, and Mayor Dixon. The Newport Chamber put on a beautiful luncheon for our employees, an appreciation luncheon, which was the first time I'd attended that, and that was very well done. I also got to start the kids race at the Corona Del Mar Chambers 5K last Saturday, and I was asked to escort Congressman Harley Ruda around. I was able to introduce him to several of the board members of the Corona Del Mar Residents Association, and we chatted briefly about our highest priorities, one of which is the Orange County Airport. The Balboa Island Parade was a fun experience for my first time. I don't think if I had not had my 2 grandsons with me, I would have chickened out, because that's not something I'm really comfortable with, but they said it was the best day of their lives. So I attended the Lido House Hotel 1-year anniversary party with Councilman Jeff and Sally Herdman, and Mayor Dixon, and Kevin was there also. At that time, I talked with Greg Swank of the Newport Beach Film Festival, Gary Sherwin of Newport Beach and Company, and owner Bob Olson. Bob Olson, I found out that Bob Olson, in developing the Lido House Hotel, his major criteria with every decision that had to be made was, is it Newport? And I especially appreciated the fact that that hotel is built with the ambiance of Newport Beach, and it was a real pleasure being there. That was it.
Mr. Herdman.
I have several announcements. I want to thank all my colleagues up here for their participation in the annual Balboa Island Parade. There were 110 entries this year, and hats off to and congratulations to BIIA President Jack Callahan, who was also the parade chair, and he's functioned in that capacity for the past several years. The Little Balboa Island Property Owners Association has a summer speaker series that started last Saturday, and they invited me to be the first speaker. So that was my opportunity to give them an update on what's happening with the council and in the city. Last Saturday, I attended the Wooden Boat Festival at the Balboa Yacht Club, along with Mayor Dixon, who made some nice remarks, and that's just an outstanding event. We held our monthly Tidelands Water Quality meeting. I too want to compliment the chamber, but also our Assistant City Manager Carol Jacobs on the outstanding job she did on last week's annual employee appreciation lunch. Just a great job and a opportunity to. I use that opportunity to go around and try and compliment every single employee that attends that luncheon. Diane and what's your name? Joy and I. Sorry. Diane and Joy and I went on a tour of Uptown Newport apartments this past week. Beautiful product coming to our city. That is also helping us to meet affordable housing numbers in our city as well. I attended the Chamber Marine Committee. Somebody have a picture, I think, of the, no? Of this? Look at this. This is the solution to animal poop on the boardwalk on Balboa Island. We're going to give it a try. It says the poop fairy is on vacation, and so in other words, clean up after your dog. So about 90 of these are going to be posted on Balboa Island this week, and we're going to see if it works. I picked up that idea in Burbank, believe it or not. Spreading too. I understand some people on the Flower Streets want them, and some people on Lido Isle want them. So we'll see if they work. Just a couple of other things, and then I'm finished. The Newport Beach Arts Commission will be hosting their annual art exhibit and art sale this weekend from 1 to 6 here at City Hall. 300 pieces of original art will be on display and will be for sale. Live music. Wine and beer pavilion and food hosted by the Bungalow Restaurant, so don't miss it. And then on Sunday, Father's Day, our first concert on the Green will be held. The Side Deal will be performing. So if you don't have plans for Father's Day evening, come to our first summer concert. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I don't even know how to follow that. I don't have any visual aids, Jeff. We have a bunch of students in the audience. I got to ask, which school? Newport Harbor. Extra credit at the end of the semester? Mandatory.
Oh, they're all making up for it.
We'll teach you all about Robert's rules tonight. All right. So Newport Beach Foundation, they had a great event. I just want to remind everybody that if you are interested in applying for the Distinguished Citizen Program, their applications are open online. Balboa Island Parade, I'll echo everyone's comments. Fantastic job from the Balboa Island Improvement Association. I'll come back to the Homeless Task Force in just a moment. The Employee Appreciation Lunch was also great. Yesterday from 4 to 6, we had our first meeting for the Newport Beach Homeless Task Force. As folks have been able to follow in the news, we've clearly been addressing our work inside the city, and there's more to be done. And so we've enlisted some of the truly top minds and experience in our city to help guide the city council. And so there's going to be a number of meetings, and hopefully as we progress, we'll be able to be making better and better recommendations to the city council on how to work with a burgeoning issue inside not just our city, but of course county and statewide. And then Sunday is Father's Day, so first one, I'll be the first to wish you your first happy Father's Day, Kevin. Yeah, it's a good.
I'm so tired I can't even acknowledge it.
It's a good one. And then happy Father's Day to all the fathers in our community. And then for those of you, I've got friends of mine who've gone through a loss of a father this year. I hope you have a good memory and will remember your father very kindly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And it's a pleasure for me to open my announcements to introduce a special guest I have here. I've waited 5 years being on the city council to be able to introduce a grandchild. They live in New York City, and my oldest grandchild, Brooks Tompkins. Stand up, Brooks. Yeah. He's finally old enough to have traveled out here with my daughter, and then she went right back to New York, and I'm going to be taking him back at the end of the week. But the highlight of his first day in Newport Beach was being a student in surf class through Marina Park, through our Recreation and Senior Services Department. And I was down there with him at the 29th Street today, and he got on a surfboard and stood up. So yeah. So anyway, he's still on New York time, so it's kind of past his bedtime. But anyway, thank you, Pop, for bringing him over. Okay, on my announcements, we've all been doing lots of great things in the community. We've talked about the Corona Del Mar Scenic 5K, and I got there at 7 or something and shot the whistle. My town hall, I had a great town hall last Monday, District 1 town hall. A lot of important issues that our city staff is so helpful in working through on public works, community development, police, and safety, so it was really appreciated. Lido House, 1 year. It's amazing that we celebrate that wonderful asset in our community. Also, a new asset in our community. My husband and I attended the special grand opening of a new restaurant in Lido Marina Village, Fable and Spirit. The restaurant owners, Darren and Jean Coyle, they're Irish, but they've had a restaurant in Mission Viejo, and they've wanted to come to Newport Beach. And actually, 5 years ago, we started talking, and they are now. It's a beautiful, beautiful restaurant inside. The menu is outstanding, and I urge all of you to come over to Lido and visit another one of our fine restaurants. The Balboa Island Parade was another fine event. Women in Government Luncheon and the Employee Appreciation Luncheon, again, thanks to the Newport Chamber and the Newport Chamber and the Commodores for sponsoring that. Some upcoming meetings tomorrow night. Councilmember Duffield is going to be talking about his favorite subject, the harbor, at Speak Up Newport in the community room over there. What is the future of Newport Harbor? And he'll be joined by our harbor master, Kurt Borsting. And with the recent creation of our harbor department, headed by Kurt, we'll talk about the future plans for the harbor. So thank you. The harbor is very important to our city. Nearly $1 billion in economic activity is created by our harbor. The city clerk has asked me to make a couple of announcements. This is new to all of us in Orange County, that vote centers will be starting. I'll tell you what's ending. We're no longer going to our local library or community room or precinct center. They're now going to be vote centers with the March 3rd, 2020 presidential primary election. Every registered voter in Orange County will receive a vote-by-mail ballot and will have the option to vote in person at any vote center in the county. In addition to informing the public about these important voting changes, the Orange County Registrar of Voters will be seeking community input on possible locations. So they have not decided on the locations, although you think maybe City Hall or government buildings probably will be vote centers. As part of the efforts to inform the public, 26 community workshops have been scheduled throughout the county. One is scheduled here in Newport Beach, Friday, June 28th, from 10 to 12 in the public library. So for more information on full schedule, go to ocvote.com/vote center or call this number 714-567-7600. 4th of July is just around the corner. Mark your calendars. The city goes all out, thanks to our Recreation and Senior Services Department, to coordinate a lot of these activities. And we have two great community events. One is the 9th Annual Newport Peninsula Bike Parade and Community Festival, known as 4th of July is for Families, beginning at 9 a.m. with a bike and dog parade. So All to my council members, you're welcome to join. Bring your dog, bring your bike, and come to Balboa Boulevard at 36th Street and join the parade. And the community festival ends at 11:30. They all ends up at Channel Park, and it's just a fun day, Channel Place Park. In collaboration with Mariners Elementary School Foundation, the Recreation and Senior Services Department invites you to the 47th Annual Independence Day Family Celebration at Mariners Park. It begins at 10:30, another parade, followed by games, and that concludes at 1:30. For both events, be sure to decorate your bike, stroller, wagon, dog, and yourself in festive red, white, and blue. But remember, all dogs must be on a leash. We don't want anybody to get a ticket. Okay, I think that's it on my announcement. So, matters, I'll turn it to Madam Clerk. Oh, no, wait a minute. Public comments on items, the council announcements, or oral reports. Are there any public comments on what we've just said? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk.
Oh, now is the time for matters which council members have placed on future agenda items. These are non-discussion items. The first one is incorporating the Harbor Commission into the city charter. Okay, with, that would be 6, everyone, seven, unanimous to bring it back. And then the second item is creating a Marine Avenue Projects Committee, a standing committee.
I just need to state that I need to recuse myself from voting on this item because of real property interests.
Duly noted. That would be 6 with Councilmember Herdman recusing himself. And the third item is review of City Council Policy H1, which is the harbor permit policy to provide direction to the Harbor Commission.
Can I clarify just real briefly, when it says review of, I just want everyone to know, I would also, at the next meeting, bring back some recommended changes as well. But it would also be a recommendation to send it back down to the Harbor Commission. So review of includes a potential change as well.
Changes as provided by council, okay. Unanimous also, 7-0.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 20. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Council, any items to pull from consent? Mr. Avery?
Item 3.
Mr. Duffield? Mr. Muldoon?
I have none.
Ms. Brenner? Mr. Herdman?
I have none. However, I need to register a conflict with item number 5. I have to recuse myself from voting on that item because of real property interests.
And Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll note an abstention on 9 and 10.
I'm going to pull item number 4, as I mentioned previously, and we'll deal with the reconsideration of that item. Also, I don't need to pull item 11, but I do want to make a note or an amendment to that, that I, the mayor, will be also a member of the Ad Hoc Committee on Business Improvement Districts, joining Council Member Brenner and Herdman.
Okay. I move the balance of the consent calendar with item 3 being pulled by Councilmember Avery, item 4 having already been pulled, item 5 showing a recusal from Councilmember Herdman, items 9 and 10 showing abstentions from Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, and item number 11 amended to add Mayor Dixon to the committee.
I'll second that.
May I also add the amendment to the minutes that were provided also?
Okay, I include that in my amendment. Is that acceptable to the second?
And in my second.
Okay.
Do you have a motion? That was a motion and a second? Okay. Public comments on consent calendar, please. See, oh, here we go.
You want to go first?
Sure. I wanna
Ladies
go
first.
Okay. All right. Good evening. My name is Kenyon Parr. I'm the general manager at the Five Crowns and Side Door in Corona Del Mar. It's my pleasure to be with you tonight. I wanted to share my reflections on the importance of the renewal of the bid for the Newport Beach Restaurant Association. We find that money to be critical in assisting us bolstering sales and traffic to our restaurants after a very busy holiday time when people are a little on the hungover side, both financially and monetarily, and just stretched with their personal time catching up at work. It really does help to bring attention to our restaurants from both the polished casual to fine dining, and that money does tend to trickle down, I think, into other subordinate aspects of our community, whether it be filling up a tank of gas on your way, grabbing a bottle of water at 7-Eleven, getting a Starbucks coffee while you're waiting for your friends to join you prior to dinner. These things are all vital, I think, to the traffic and revenues for my business, and I would say that to speak to the other restaurateurs that I've had the pleasure of talking with, they too feel that there's importance in keeping this bid alive and healthy for our businesses. Hospitality is one of the main drivers that people come to Newport Beach for. It's one of the great things that we are known for, along with being a beautiful community. We are a premier dining destination, as well as a beautiful place to stay for the weekend or for a month if you have a home to let. So I just would say my impassioned plea to carefully consider it, and respectfully, I hope that you renew it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Anju Planicki. I'm the owner of Balboa Lilies, and we recently opened Boardwalk by Balboa Lilies, just 30 seconds on the way to the pier. I also wanted to provide a perspective on the Restaurant Association and the proposed bid change, just from my standpoint as a board member the past couple of years. In my opinion, the Restaurant Association does add tremendous value. Personally, myself, have been engaged with the services such as Weekly Bites, the video series, as well as Culinary Journeys. I know other restaurants have also partaken in the value as well. I realize there are some debate as to like the compulsory fees that were mentioned, and my only comment is that I know that those restaurants that do pay these fees do understand, they do so willingly understand the value of the bid as well too, because I see them participating in these services as well. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jim Walker. I'm the owner of the Bungalow Restaurant in Corona Del Mar. Mayor Diane Dixon, City Council, and staff, I appreciate the time to speak to you. You know, in listening to your opening statements, I found it kind of fascinating that so many of you talked about the participation of restaurants in our community. You mentioned the employee appreciation lunch, which fortunately the Bungalow and many other restaurants participated. You know, Jeff, you also mentioned the art walk that's coming up. Other things that the restaurants volunteer their time. Speak Up Newport is another that, frankly, the Bungalow supports and provides the catering for. So the restaurant community, I think, is very much a fabric of the city, and we support the city. We support you. We support the endeavors that you create, the programs that you condone. And I feel that we are under fire at this point because we do need to have our bid renewed. We have 450 stakeholders in the city of Newport. Currently, we have about a 95 to 96 participation rate willingly. There is no ramification if anyone wants to drop out. If they do so, they do so at their will with no ramification. Diane, you and I have been down this road, as well as Will O'Neill. We talked about this a few months ago. I think we displayed a pretty convincing outlay of why we can't change our bid. We also demonstrated that 1 week or 2 weeks of Restaurant Week far outweighs the $150,000 that you give to the film festival each year, which really, frankly, does not create any financial reward for my restaurant or many others. Most of those films are shown in Costa Mesa. So I question how you can give $150,000 to the Newport Beach Film Festival which is about 4 years' worth of the support that the Restaurant Association has asked for. And we provide 1,000% much greater ordeal in a community event through Restaurant Week than anything else that happens in the city. I ask you, and I challenge you, to really take a look at the value of the Restaurant Association and the value it brings to the city before you make any decision that's going to damage that. I've been a member of this community and a member of this association for over 20 years. I haven't been a member of the Restaurant Association because I have nothing else better to do. I believe in it, I participate in it, I support it, and I understand its value. I challenge you to understand its value. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Seeing none on the consent calendar, so let's, excuse me, Mr. Mosier.
Thank you, Mayor Dixon, members of the council. My name is Jim Moser, and I would like to speak about item number 20, which is your confirmation of nominees for appointment at your next meeting to the city's many boards and commissions. Normally, this is a pretty routine item. I think there's a number of problems with the list that is being presented to you tonight, and I would call your attention to page 2 of the staff report. You'll see you're being asked to make a nomination to the Civil Service Board with a single candidate. Our city charter states that the responsibility of the City Council and of the Civil Service Board, the City Council's responsibility is to make an appointment for this particular position, to choose one candidate from 3 recommended to you by the Civil Service Board. The charter could have said up to 3, it could have said 3 or more, it says 3. This was not explained to the Civil Service Board at their last meeting where they ratified the one nominee. I think it's clearly a violation of our charter, and you need to defer this appointment until you get a list of 3 candidates from the Civil Service Board, as our charter clearly requires. The second problem on the same page is the appointment to a vacancy on the City Arts Commission. You are being recommended, I'm not sure by whom, to appoint an incumbent for a 1-year term. Our city charter clearly says that the appointments to all of our boards and commissions are for terms of 4 years. This is a problem. Second, the incumbent would normally be termed out, and she is being supported by her fellow commission members in a letter. The letter should never have been written because it clearly indicated that the commission had conferred among themselves who they wanted to be their chair for the next year. That's an obvious violation of the Brown Act. I think it should disqualify the candidate, and I think you should fill that out with 2. And then finally, on the same page, you have 2 important commissions, the Planning Commission and the Harbor Commission, for which there are 2 open seats. There's no incumbent wanting to be reappointed, and yet you have only 3 names to select from. This is not a charter violation, but your council policy recommends that you have at least 2 names for 2 openings. It's especially true when there's not an incumbent among the candidates. So I think those positions also should be rethought, re-advertised, whatever you need until you get enough qualified candidates. And not to be too vain, but my name is in the list of available candidates for the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. The comment about the Civil Service Board, Mr. City Attorney, do you want to comment on that?
Just briefly, I think Mr. Mosher made a couple comments that need to be addressed. The one regarding the Arts Commission, Mr. Mosher's correct. So if you decide to appoint Ms. Greer to the Arts Commission for a 3rd term, it would need to be for a 4-year term and not a 1-year term, and we'll make that change when it comes back to the City Council. And then in regards to the Civil Service Board, the charter does lay out a scenario where you have multiple people apply for the position, but in this situation we only had 1 applicant, and I think it's basically an impractical situation to present 3 when you only have 1 applicant, so I think it's okay for you to move forward with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, bringing you back, we'll vote on the consent calendar.
motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, so Mr. Avery, item number 3.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked this to be brought back. This is the ordinance restricting construction-related noise on Saturday and posting project information. I think the intent was to work with the neighborhoods that were most affected, and those are certain areas of town where they've got a lot of congestion and parking issues, and where residents were generally in favor of this. And in my district, the Newport Shores Community Association sent the council a letter saying that their entire board voted unanimously that they would like to opt out of this. And it certainly seems to me that and it certainly seems they have the will of the residents behind them, at least they're that represent the entire body representing this area of about 450 homes, that they should be able to do so. We should provide that option to them, and obviously to, I suppose, any other association that represents constituents in a particular community, at least the ability to plead their case to not participate and not have that restriction placed on them for whatever reason. So that's all. I just think we need to provide that.
But we're going to vote on the item tonight, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We just need to
clarify that
Thank you.
going forward.
Mhm.
Ms. Brenner?
I also received a letter from the Corona Del Mar Residents Association saying that they had mixed opinions about this Saturday prohibition, and they would like more time to be able to poll their membership and the other members of the village in particular. And I'm wondering if we could make a motion to approve the sign ordinance tonight, so separate the two of them. Approve the sign ordinance this evening and continue the other item until we've gotten more feedback from the community.
Did you want to say something? No, Aaron. Oh, I was looking at you. Mr. City Attorney.
Yeah, I think that would be a little bit messy. Probably best if we just bring it back for first reading and just have the sign ordinance if that's the direction of the council, as opposed to try to bifurcate it here this evening.
I agree with that. All right, so just to clarify that we'll vote tonight on the item, and then when it comes back again, we'll be considering
So
it.
one option is you could vote on the item tonight as presented, and then we could come back with a proposed amendment to it, which would allow
Yes.
homeowners associations to opt out.
Yes.
So that's one
At
option.
the time of the second reading.
This is the second reading.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you wanted to add it to the ordinance
Oh, add it
before
to-
adoption, we'd have to bring it back for first reading.
Okay, all right, I see what you're saying, okay.
So-
All right, is that, did you make a motion?
You mind if I clarify? Because yeah. So that doesn't quite address Councilmember Brenner's point. I think Councilmember Brenner's point is that she'd like to bifurcate it. So in order to do that, we would have to bring a first reading back at the next meeting, which would then be the second meeting. It's a two-step process. So the first meeting would be next meeting, and the one after that. And so if that's where the direction we want to go, then it would just delay it by about 4 weeks. But if I recall correctly, the implementation's not until August?
August 11th.
Well, August 11th. So there is the possibility that if it turns out that which community was it, Councilman Avery?
Newport Shores.
Newport Shores, thanks. So if Newport Shores, the amendment that affects Newport Shores would be similar to the amendment that you'd want to get, or if CDMRA wants to bring forward a slightly different amendment, we can do it by August.
Yeah, I think so. So let's move forward with tonight, and then knowing that it can be amended. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney? Yeah. Okay. All right, do we want to vote on that item? Number
move.
3, do we need a motion? Do we have a motion?
Oh, I guess we haven't gotten to public yet.
Oh.
Sorry, yep.
I got off track. Any other further comments on item number 3? Let's move it out to the public. Any comments on consent item number 3? See none, we'll bring it back up here. Any comments? So do we have a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation.
And I'll second.
All right, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance number 2019-9, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending portions of chapters 10.28 and 15.16 and adding section 15.60.030 to the Newport Beach Municipal Code relating to construction activity and signage in designated high-density areas. Councilmember Brenner? Okay, the motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right. I requested to pull item number 4 regarding approving the proposed residential dock reconstruction, and as I indicated earlier in the evening, to move a motion for reconsideration. So that is what I'm putting forward now. Is I move to have a motion for reconsideration. You'll second, Ms. Brenner seconds. Do we need any discussion on that?
So it would come back at the next meeting. I know that the applicant's here, so I don't know if they'll be ready by the next meeting for that, or if they'd rather have it at some other time for when it comes back. So it might be good to ask them as far as timing for the reconsideration.
Ask the applicant?
Yes, the applicant is here, so it might be good just to confirm whether they're available at the next meeting or if they'd prefer another date.
Which is June 25th or
That's right.
July 8th?
July
9. Is that satisfactory, either one of those two dates? If you want, would you like to come forward?
Was that July?
Or June 25th?
Yeah, so the next meeting is June 25th. I just want to make sure you're available for the council to reconsider it before they set a date.
Yes, we're in town.
June 25th?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. All right, shall we vote?
Maybe just if there's any additional public comment.
Well, all right. The reason why being brought for consideration, there were some factors relating to that were brought to my attention relating to the original permit. Perhaps it was even before your possession of the property that the dock was not permitted. That is my understanding, and so that formed a basis of understanding about the dock that needed to be considered and reconsidered. Because the original dock, your current dock, has never been permitted.
That item was addressed.
Well, I think it's not really for debate tonight.
Yeah, we're not. It's not for debate. We will be reconsidering it at that time, just to clarify that item on June 25th.
Well, it'll open up on all the items.
It will open up on all those issues. Excuse me, sir, is this public comment on this item? Okay, well, please come forward. Sorry, I didn't know what you were doing. Please come forward.
My name's Pete Swift, and I had a couple of comments. I just watched how our government works. We presented the dock plan. I mean, the Harbor Commission denied it. We came, and I guess there's additional information. We're just concerned, and I can't understand why we're reconsidering it. It went to a vote. It was approved 4-3, and now we're coming up to vote again.
Yeah.
How could that be?
I
don't understand.
And ask questions of the council. The winning side's made a motion to reconsider it, so it'll come back. But you don't get an opportunity to ask questions. You can just make comments.
In 2 weeks.
So we'll start over. We've already voted, though.
But there's an option for reconsideration. So just because they already voted, they can still reconsider the matter.
Because this is the second reading of it, and so it could come back. So we'll be reconsidering it on June 25th. Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right. Seeing none, is this the item here to vote?
Correct, for the continuance.
All right.
Or motion for reconsideration,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Council members Avery, Muldoon, and Duffield, if you can please vote. With Council member Muldoon voting no and Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill abstaining, the motion carries.
All right.
5-1-1.
Is this item number 5 was pulled, or was that a conflict?
We have no further items being pulled.
All right, so we'll move on. Madam Clerk.
Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Any public comments on non-agenda items, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Susan Skinner. A few weeks ago, I came to the council to discuss what I believed were significant repeated violations of the Brown Act. The Brown Act requires transparency in government and the reporting of certain actions taken in closed session. I owe our city attorney, Aaron Harp, an apology for my statements that the city was not following the Brown Act. Mr. Hart met with me to go over the specific requirements of the Brown Act and show me how the Act specifies which votes must be reported and which can remain confidential. Additionally, not all items placed in closed session are required to be described on the agenda. Mr. Harp and I also discussed my concerns about transparency within the city. We agree that the Brown Act sets a minimum level of disclosure that is required by law and that the Act allows cities to set a higher level of disclosure if desired. For example, if a settlement agreement occurs and the city is the last party to sign on, disclosure of the settlement agreement must be made. However, if the city is not the last party to sign on, disclosure is only required at the request of the public. The catch-22 of this part is that if the city doesn't disclose that a settlement has occurred, the public doesn't know to ask. This occurred in November 2018 when a settlement with Riverwatch occurred, but was not required to be reported. Similarly, if litigation with the city is settled, but the city is not the last party to agree, no disclosure of the settlement of litigation is required. The same catch-22 applies. If nobody knows that a settlement has occurred, nobody will ask for a copy of the settlement. There have been multiple litigations described in closed session agendas and minimal disclosures regarding their disposition. This is legal, but perhaps not a best practice. After getting a legal education from Mr. Harp, I agree that the city is in compliance with the letter of the Brown Act, but would ask the council to consider more transparency than just the minimal amount required. Newport Beach residents are a sophisticated group and would like to have a better understanding of what happens behind closed doors. You are allowed to disclose as much as you choose, and I would like to ask you to change your reporting practices to allow the greatest degree of reporting feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on non-agenda items? Please come forward.
Ken Rawson, Mayor, Council members. This last Sunday, I sent the council an email about e-bike speeding on the boardwalk on the peninsula. And since you've all received it, I'm not going to take the time to go through and read it tonight, but I just wanted to bring up some points about e-bike safety. I have noticed as a resident living on the boardwalk in the last year, there's been a large increase in the number of e-bikes on the boardwalk. And as you're probably aware, there's different classes of e-bikes, but even the lowest class of e-bike is monitored or governed to do 20 miles an hour. The Class 1 e-bikes allow no age limit on the e-bike. All it requires is, on a Class 1 e-bike, you need to, if you're under 17 years of age, you need to have a bicycle helmet. So you can have very young kids with a bicycle helmet going down the boardwalk unsupervised doing 20 miles an hour, and it's not breaking the law, except for speeding. As you know, the speed limit on the boardwalk's 8 miles an hour. So we have an increase in the last 9 months to a year of the rental electric bikes that are available from the bike shops. 2 years ago, what we saw was mainly manual bicycles being rented. But now with the event of e-bike prices coming drastically down, there's a lot more e-bikes that are being rented by locals and also by guests that come in and stay, as we were talking about earlier in the work meeting that we had at short-term rentals. Also, because of e-bike prices coming down, we also have reached the affordability limit. You could buy some of these e-bikes now at Costco for under $400. So it's gotten to the point that an e-bike is something that the general public is pretty much able to afford. The problem is they're ridden almost at maximum speed. When I'm walking and my friends are walking that are on the boardwalk, it's not uncommon to be passed by an e-bike at 15 to 20 miles an hour. When you're walking at 3 to 4 miles an hour, that speed difference is actually scary. So what I'm bringing to the council tonight is, in the town hall meeting Mayor Dixon had last Monday, our area commander for the peninsula, Brian Moore, got up and spoke and said, we have bicycle patrols, they're on the boardwalk, and we thank you for bringing them back. We really appreciate that. But his point to the group that night was, we only have a short period of time for that scope of work on the boardwalk. The bicycles are also doing other duty on the peninsula. And I'd ask the council to think about this. Before we had no bicycles on the boardwalk, the cars were patrolling Peninsula Point, which is streeted. They're patrolling Seashore Avenue down to the river jetty, which is streeted. But now the bicycle mounted police not only do the boardwalk, but they also go up and down those streeted areas. And I'd like to ask the council to consider giving a concentration to the boardwalk paved area and pull the mounted officers off of the streets and have them spend more time there. That's what I think will help solve the speeding issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments on non-agenda items. Come forward, please.
Good evening, Council. Joe Angelo. I live at 1504 West Oceanfront. I've lived there since 1998. My house is on the boardwalk. And as my neighbor indicated, there's just been a tremendous influx of electric bikes. So I think almost probably the whole council's been on the boardwalk. There's a yellow stripe, and if two people are walking one way and you're on a bike, a pedal bike, and you're going to go around those two people, that's one thing. You go into the opposite lane and you see people coming, but you're going slow enough that you can maneuver that. Now, I've experienced the same thing as my neighbor. I typically walk the boardwalk every day, so I get my exercise. These electric bikes, they have governors on them, but the folks know how to adjust the governor to allow speed. And 20, 25, these bikes will just go by you. I'll be riding my bike with people walking in front of me. I slow down, electric bike come up behind me, go into the opposite lane with a mom and her stroller, and they're just threading the needle. The electric bike is just, they just think, I can make it. And they just speed by everybody. And I'd say an average of 7-10 times a week, an electric bike goes by me that I just say to myself, this can't be. This can't be. So two things that I would recommend: that we consider electric bikes a motorized vehicle and prohibit electric bikes on the boardwalk. And then on the 6 o'clock news tonight, I saw that Seal Beach has just implemented a plan where they have 2 police officers on foot on their boardwalk. So I don't think our police officers are effective on bikes. They cover too much ground on a bike. I'd like to see 1 police officer a shift, another police officer a shift on foot on the boardwalk. And then the electric bikes and the Surreys and the skateboarders, by golly, eventually they're going to know there's a police officer there. And they'll know that if they're 10 blocks away, and we need to write citations and make that boardwalk safe. I mean, something's going to happen. An injury is going to occur. I want to relate one more thing. Last year, a Surrey with a mom and a 12-year-old were coming from my right to my left in front of my house. Another Surrey was coming this way, and I couldn't believe it. That Surrey ran into the other one. And then the man got out of that Surrey and ran, and he had 2 friends with him. The 12-year-old's head went into the Surrey. She cut her head. So this was just a couple of 24-year-olds on a Surrey having too much to drink that they thought they would take on another Surrey head on and see what happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Public comments, non-agenda items, please.
Randall English. I've come here to thank the city for allowing the Newport Bay Conservancy to partner with you in the recently concluded Fostering Interest in Nature, the FIN program that ran out of the Back Bay. Over 300 students received environmental education on the water and kayaks, on the trail in Big Canyon, and in the lab at the Back Bay Science Center. We're already planning next year's curriculum, and I understand the city is enlarging, and we're going to have an extra week and maybe another 100 students. So we're preparing for it, and education is part of our mission, and we're excited about this because this is educating our future stewards of the environment, and we're just happy to continue with the partnership. That's all.
Well, thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. We are too. Public comments, non-agenda items, please.
Brenda Martin. I own a property on 30th Street for the last 20 years. And I want to additionally make concerning comments regarding the vehicles on the boardwalk. That's how I get my enjoyment and my exercise as well. And it's becoming much more dangerous with the Surreys and the electric and the skateboarders, of course, as they converge on us in the summer. My other question or concern is about this update on the short-term lodging. Unfortunately, I didn't make it over in time to hear that in your earlier meeting, but I'm wondering when we will get some advice or some information as to what was decided, and so that we can all get ready to conform.
Well, I'll just respond. It was a study session, so we did not enact anything, but we heard a lot of comments from the public, and we'll have an ad hoc committee work on working with staff and reflecting on the comments that we heard from the public on how to tighten up the controls on short-term lodging.
So will there be other open meetings?
Oh,
are you
yes.
saying?
It'll come back for action by the council, and Mr. Jurgis, I don't know if he's still here, maybe in a couple of months, I suppose. The ad hoc committee is going to take a month or two to work and listen to people. Maybe by the end of the summer. Yeah. There'll be another public hearing.
So we'll be notified, or
Oh,
it'll just
absolutely.
be on the...
Yes, it will be.
How? I mean, it was in the newspaper a little bit, but it didn't really indicate to us that we needed to be here for that earlier meeting, I don't think.
If you provide us with your address, I'll make sure you get notice. Give us your phone number, and we'll make sure you get notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Public comment. Thank you very much. Public comments? Any more public comments on non-agenda items? See none. All right. Public hearing on the budget. I'm delighted to see so many people here to learn about the budget, particularly our students from Newport Harbor. You're going to learn all you need to know about financing local government. It's a proposed adoption of the fiscal 2019-20 budget, and staff, led by our city manager or our finance director, will be leading the discussion.
So we're not going to have the council announce all their conflicts unless there's going to be a specific discussion of the CIP checklist. So when we get to that part, if the council wants to discuss it, then we'll announce the conflicts. If not, then it'll just go through and there won't be a need to announce them.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, Dan Matuszewicz, Finance Director, and I'm joined here with our Budget Manager, Susan Jean Grande. So I'm happy to announce we're on the home stretch of our budget. The budget, as always, emphasizes high-quality municipal services, safe and secure neighborhoods, keeping the city looking great, and fiscal sustainability. So the budget is balanced, it's conservative, and emphasizes long-term financial sustainability, and addresses a number of priorities that have been previously identified by the public, by council, finance committee, and the city manager. For members of the public that may be just tuning in to the budget process, this slide outlines kind of the long process that we've been through and key dates and actions where members of the public, Finance Committee, and City Council had the opportunity to influence the content of the budget. So the budget that's before you today contains an appropriation, new appropriations of nearly $350 million. This slide illustrates the sources of revenues and uses that are proposed in this budget that ultimately leave us with an unappropriated, unrestricted resources of $1.9 million at the time the budget was initially distributed on April 11th to City Council. This is just for the general fund. Since that time, that $1.9 million has been whittled down a little bit by a few budget amendments and a list of proposed revisions that are included, formerly called, we used to call the checklist, which is now the list of proposed budget revisions, and some miscellaneous adjustments to the budget since it was initially released, leaving us with general fund revised unrestricted resources of about almost $700,000. So this next slide ultimately are the few budget revisions that the council may want to consider, and the council will also have the opportunity to add or remove items from this list. But we'll return to this slide, but I think probably the first 6 items are the items that are more in the discretionary, and the remaining items are more or less budget revisions and corrections. We have similarly some proposed adjustments to our revenue estimates that really net out to only about $4,000. And in total, our total position count, full-time position count, is up 1 in this current budget. In this community, we rely a lot on our part-time employees, and in this budget, our position count is up nearly 7 employees. With that, I'm going to turn to you for the recommended actions to conduct a public hearing, have a discussion about additions, deletions, and revisions to the proposed budget, conduct a straw vote in 2 parts. At your option, perhaps consider the specific items that council members would request to take action separately, and then conduct a straw vote on the remaining items as a group. And then, if all goes well, if we can reach consensus, adopt the resolution that essentially authorizes the appropriation for the next fiscal year.
All right, thank you. Any comments up here? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Any comments on our proposed budget by members of the public? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. The biggest part of the budget that we're not really discussing here is salaries. And I had not actually understood in the budget process in prior years what the salaries listed in the budget meant, so I thought the council members who are not on the finance committee might be interested in that. The budget lists all of the city positions by job title, and it gives numbers that appear to be the salary that we're proposing to pay those persons. It's actually, as I have learned, it's just an estimate of how much might be paid during the year. The actual amount could be higher or lower than that. And because the way the budget is presented, the public never knows exactly how much actually was paid. And I've been reminded by our good finance staff, for those who want to know what the final result was, there are two web resources available to us. One is the state controller, and they have and now it's been revamped, and it's very easy to use, an informative website called publicpay.ca.gov. And if you look at that, you can see all of the amounts that were actually paid to each position title that is in the budget for each calendar year going back several years. And there's another private website called Transparent California that also provides that information. So that's about salaries. And you have here a revision list of some specific items to add or subtract from the budget. I have asked before, and I think there have been some promises that there may be better clarity on this in the future, but I'm wondering this evening, tying to some of the earlier items that were on the agenda, you were appointing, for instance, earlier an ad hoc committee that's going to evaluate the propriety of granting $40,000 payments to the two business improvement districts. I'm wondering if in approving this budget tonight, there's an item here where you would be greenlighting staff on their own to be giving $40,000 to other merchants associations. One cannot tell if that's in the budget or not, or is that item coming back to you? Similarly, we heard about the inaugural meeting of the homeless task force, and one of the items presented to them was a request from an organization that wanted about $40,000 also to support their services. And I'm wondering if in this budget that you're approving, there is a budget for homeless in the coming year, because when one searches through the budget or the capital improvement program, the words don't show up. So I'm wondering if there's any amount of money that might be available for those services under some other name that is in the budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other public comments on the proposed budget?
Good evening, Mayor Dixon, members of the City Council. As you guys ponder on the upcoming budget for next year, I'm hoping that you guys can allocate funds or reallocate funds based on some of the comments I'm about to make in my experiences of living and working in Newport Beach. My name is Mario Mrovic. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. I'm a business owner and a real estate investor. We own a family business in the peninsula. I am probably on the peninsula about 330 days a year, either working or playing with my family. We are very passionate about the area. We have spent a lot of time and resources on improving some dilapidated properties, businesses, with the goal of leaving the peninsula better than we found it for future generations. We host regular beach cleanups. We have attendance in the hundreds. We provide free yoga on the beach every month. We sponsor about 100 different charities, schools, and foundations every year. I also founded the Newport Beach Tavern Association about 13 years ago. In addition to all of this, I attend regular meetings with Mayor Dixon, the police department, city staff, as well as business owners and residents. This group is called the Stakeholders Group. We have open dialogue with residents, landlords, and business owners on the peninsula. In the most recent meetings, we talked about the agreed upon concerns: short-term rentals, boardwalk safety, homelessness, and traffic. The peninsula has many quality landlords and property management companies that understand the dynamics of the peninsula, such as Craig Batley at Burr White Realty. However, with the improvements in technology, we are faced with an increase in the amount of residential units available for rent and an increase of the inexperienced landlords. Inexperienced landlords want to rent them. Just to put things in perspective, Airbnb has a pre-IPO market cap of $38 billion. This is one of the largest hotel chains in the world. They manage very few employees and offer very few services. So that tells you that without managing many people, a lot of people are doing individual rentals. This tells us that the increase in short-term rental issues is directly related to the increase in the amount of short-term rentals available. And here is how this becomes an issue in Newport Beach. Many of the short-term renters in Newport that rent with the intent of having a party do not know or understand that this is even an issue. We have to educate both the inexperienced landlords and prospective renters of what the rules are. We need a public awareness campaign. Everyone has to learn that loud and unruly gatherings are not allowed and why. It's almost like the war on drugs. We can continue to bust people and hand out citations, or we can educate them to clearly understand that this type of property use is prohibited. Let's educate both the landlords and the tenants through a public awareness campaign that will minimize these issues. As far as homelessness, I try and do my part. With all my properties, I've increased lighting, I increased property inspections. However, this is a complicated topic to discuss in such a short period of time. However, everyone knows that this is an important issue. Given our strong leadership on City Council, I am confident that the proper decisions will be made. We live in a great community with the best police department and city staff in Orange County. I am grateful to be a member of the Newport Beach community. Moving forward, I will respect whatever decisions the City Council makes with the budget, and hopefully you can allocate the proper funds to address these issues.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the proposed budget? Please come forward. All right, seeing none. Discussion up here. Bring it back, close the public hearing, and come back up here. Do I see any comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep. It's now the time to go through and look at the checklist.
I think it might be good to start with whether anyone wants to do anything with the CIP, so we can announce conflicts if necessary. Does there anyone want to discuss any of the items on the CIP checklist? Okay, so we're fine with that then.
Okay.
All right, no comments on the CIP, so we'll go to the changes to the proposed budget and personnel and operations.
What
you were going to suggest?
I was going to ask if we could do that. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So item number four had without comment at all on the particular request or the good work that they're doing. We had talked about item number 4 at our what was it called? The planning meeting, the thing a few months ago. Yes. And at the time, I thought a majority of council had said, look, this is a worthwhile organization, but they need to go through the grant process. And so I don't support adding this on through this process, but I would support, working through the grant process with the OC River Park for the purpose of moving forward on that.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can just clarify too, so the item we discussed at the planning session was a $20,000 contribution towards the master planning efforts. And so since that time period, we had added it on into the CIP side for $20,000 to advance the planning efforts that are going on. This is a separate request that Council Member Herdman had made at the last study session on the operating budget for a different, a video production, video education effort. So it's a separate amount, an additional request, I would say, from the.
Got it. That's right. I forgot. That's right, because the 20,000 but was part of the CIP because it was a development. It was for, okay. I would, this one very much fits within the grant program. So I would suggest that this move through the grant program, or if Councilmember Herdman would like to.
That's fine with me, Will.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, then that's easy.
That. Yeah. All right. Did you have any other comments?
Not on this.
All right, I'm going to be making some comments, and I have a presentation to make, so it's Ms. Finnegan or Losi, if you would come forward, please. Just hold it on the first page of the cover page. Okay, just some opening comments. I'm going to spend a few minutes, which really segues very nicely with some of the unknown comments that residents were making regarding certain circumstances that exist in the peninsula. So it's a perfect segue for me to carry on that discussion. Speaking of the February 2nd, I guess it was, planning meeting, it was the second time in 2 years that we've heard a recommendation from the police department to add 2 traffic safety officers. And now both times those 2 positions have now been removed from the proposed budget. So I'm going to be speaking to public safety issues. So as a result of having these 2 items pulled from the discussion based on council informal reaction or the city manager or the police chief, I'm still trying to get to the bottom of and to dig a little deeper as to why those 2 officers were proposed by the police chief. I have tremendous respect for our police department, and I want to know why they're not here. So I've done some research. So if, Mary, if you would help me, please, if you'll flip to the next page. What I'm going to do in the next few pages is just give you some facts, give you some data about our community. In 2018, there were 552 felonies committed in our community. There were 2,887 misdemeanors, which resulted in 3,439 arrests. Next page. Also in 2018, there were 126 total violent crimes. There were 237 residential burglaries, 811 theft, larceny events, 693 burglaries and theft of auto, 2,118 total property crimes, and 2,244 total Part 1 crimes. These are violent crimes committed in our community, beautiful Newport Beach. The next item gives, we heard earlier, I think Gary Sherwood mentioned this from Visit Newport Beach, and Jim Walker did, and others. We talk a lot about the visitor population that comes to our city. We also know that we have a census-based population of approximately 89, 87, 88, 89,000 individuals. But we also have about 200,000 visitors to our community, which we welcome with open arms, that create demands on our community, primarily through the busy high season months of May through September. And the per capita police force for a city of our size of 89,000 is a very good number, 1.169 for every resident. We have 1 and greater than 1.5 officers. That is fantastic. However, that is really not a true reflection. I apologize for this microphone, it's driving me crazy. It's not a true reflection of our coverage for public safety because our population really increases by that 200,000 on busy summer weekends and throughout the summer. And so our per capita police coverage, if you will, of sworn officers is less than 1 person, 0.84. That is actually on a table that the police chief gave me of about 20 or 34 cities in Orange County and beyond. Newport Beach is at the bottom of the list of per capita coverage by police officers during those high season months. If we go to some FBI data that was released last September 18, in 2018, just let me run down what's going on around Newport Beach. As we all have heard for many years, the city of Irvine is the safest city of its size in the country. Not Newport Beach. Newport Beach isn't even anywhere on the list. Violent crimes rose in about 2/3 of our Orange County cities between 2012 and 2017. Many of you are familiar. There was AB 109, which and Prop 5767, which reclassified felonies into misdemeanors and shortened prison and jail sentencing times, and resulted in rehabilitation requirements imposed on local government. In any event, I don't know if there's a direct nexus, but crime rates have gone up since that time. Santa Ana has gone from 1,334 violent crimes to 1,640. Huntington Beach, 362 to 461. Lake Forest, a nice suburban community, from 102 to 137. Mission Viejo, another lovely community, from 75 to 101. San Clemente from 75 to 91. Seal Beach from 28 to 45. Newport Beach was listed on this FBI report that was released in 2018, and I did not even know about it. I don't know if my other colleagues did. I learned about it when I was putting this presentation together, that violent crimes in Newport Beach increased from 110 to 124. Again, it was in the register, and I apparently missed it. That's newsworthy. That's front page news in our community. Additional crime statistics from this 2017 data. Huntington Beach, rapes increased 55 to 75, robberies from 76 to 95, property crimes from 4,500 to went down. That's good news. Not everything goes up. Went down slightly. Mission Viejo, rape went from 7 to 13. Seal Beach, property crime went up from 546 to 643. Newport Beach, we went down slightly from 2,200 to 2,123. Cities all around us are experiencing increases in crime. This is the new normal. Policing trends have changed. Since 10 years ago, when we last really looked at staffing levels, crime is what I've just described. Homeless, as we've heard about tonight. Mental health issues connected with homeless. We're asking we do not have, like the federal government, the state government has a health and human services. We do not have a health and human services department, and most cities do not. But I'm not recommending that we have one, except that this is what our police, our law enforcement, are charged to deal with, the homeless and the mental health issues that accompany many of the homeless. We don't have a department to refer these important societal human issues, and so it's our law enforcement that has been diverted to take care of the homeless and the mentally ill in our community. Short-term lodging nuisances, which have been clearly identified today in our study session as well as just a moment ago. Just overall quality of life issues are being affected by these crime statistics. I mentioned in my opening comments about the traffic division. The chief has recommended in 2 traffic safety officers. Just for some historical perspective, in 2010, we had 25 full-time traffic safety personnel. In 2019, we have 13. What happened to those 12 positions? We know that there is growing community demand for more traffic safety presence and enforcement. This next chart is a visual indicator of where we were. The first on the left, the vertical bar on the left, 2010, we had 149 officers, police department staffing levels. And there was a recession, so there were some cutbacks. When I joined the council in 2015, I was very pleased with my colleagues, supported the recommendation for 4 additional police officers on the peninsula, known as the Peninsula Enforcement Team. They ride bikes. While I'm grateful for the 2, in actuality, there are only 2 on duty per shift. So we just increased by 2. And here we are at the end of the column on the right-hand side in 2019, we're at 147. We still are not, we have all these external factors affecting our community, the safety of our community, and we're 2 positions short than we were 10 years ago. So that was 2018 and the numbers I described. 2019, here we are, first part of June. 802 total property crimes already committed this year, 845 total Part 1 crimes, those are the violent crimes. As we all know, 2 homicides, but 5 homicide victims, 43 total violent crimes in our community in the first 6 months of this year. So here's my point. I'm sorry for this static. I've given you a lot of numbers tonight. These numbers represent all of you, residents in our community. This isn't just data and statistics. These are our people. These are our residents. These are our constituents. These are who we are elected to serve. 845 Newport Beach residents have been victims of crime so far this year. Is this acceptable? And I am concerned, after going through this data, have we just normalized these numbers, that it's okay that 2,244 Newport Beach residents, I'm not talking Los Angeles, I'm not talking Costa Mesa, I'm not talking New York City, Newport Beach residents were crime victims. Maybe some of you sitting here this evening. Have we normalized this, that it doesn't matter? Are we worried about crime trends? People are worried about crime trends in our community. They want more enforcement. You've heard constituents of mine speak tonight, unsolicited. They've spoken at every single, I've had 24 town halls in the last 5 years or 4.5 years. Every single town hall, residents, the police chief and staff are there, and they say, please, 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 more enforcement, more enforcement, more enforcement on the boardwalk. People are concerned about traffic and safety. The city has changed, whether we like it or not. Crime numbers are hitting new levels all around us. We have homeless and mental illness. We have short-term rental impacts. We have more ABC establishments. We have external factors affecting our city. For example, in my district, these are facts, and they're well known, and I'm not pointing my finger at anybody, but these are facts that we deal with, that the police deals with. Newport Pier is the highest crime area in our city. The significant quality of life concern, there are significant quality of life concerns for the residents and police department. Peninsula crime count is 408% over the citywide average. The highest crime volume is simple assault. The Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, ABC, identifies the peninsula as a high crime. We live in a high crime district. This is public information. There are 22 ABC establishments within a 2-block area of Newport Pier. The per capita ratio of ABC licenses, there's 1 for every 64 residents in this confined area. There are 1 for 467 residents in the rest of Orange County. The calls for service between 1:30 a.m. and 3 a.m. in 2018, there were 519 on the peninsula, 271 in Fashion Island, and 249 in Corona del Mar. The intense level of police department resources each weekend, year-round, is nearly out of control. Community development currently sitting on their desks 7 conditional use permit applications for expanded ABC licenses for the peninsula. And on top of all that, we lost 1 PD officer, boots on the ground, when Tony Yim, a fine officer, has been reassigned to the homeless, mentally ill duties that he does so well, but we lost a physical presence. This one is what we call a heat map, this map. This is where crime is committed across our community, and the concentration, that's why the difference in colors. So these crime stats, in conclusion, the crime stats, statistics, represent real crime affecting real people, all of you in our community. This isn't some obscure piece of information. This is data from our own police department. We think of our city as a city of a population of 87,000, but we had 7.2 visitors in 2017, and maybe it's more than 8 or 9 million now because the economy's been strong, which is great, great, great for our hospitality industries, for our restaurants, for our retail, for our sales and use taxes, but it puts demands on our police. In fact, I describe this as we are pouring 10 pounds of public safety needs into a 2-pound bag of police services. And this is not fair, that's my point, to our police department. Are we best serving our property owners? Are we listening to our residents? Are we addressing the persistent issues? Are 2,244 violent and property crimes against our residents unacceptable? I think so. It is unacceptable that 2,244 violent and property crimes against our residents has occurred last year? Should we set higher goals for public safety? Have we allowed these crime and incident rates to be normalized, that we are just oblivious, we're just inured to them anymore? They're just numbers. What is the cost to us, to our city, to our quality of life, to our property values of not investing in public safety? Is it fair for our residents to continually, consistently ask for more? Let me just say, our police department's performance is extraordinary and exceptional. This is not at all a criticism of our police department. I am proud of every single member of our police department, and they know I am. I do ride-alongs with them. I'm down there. I spend a lot of time with them, and I'm grateful that we have a police department that work as hard as they do and service as well as they do. But when we have 5 homicides in our community, the time that it takes, this is major crime, the time it takes for our officers, our detectives, to be processing these investigations, spending the time they take to investigate, deal with the district attorney's office and these continuing prosecutions, this takes time and drains our officers. We can't ignore what is going on around us. So I'm not asking for anything big. I'm just asking my colleagues to support a motion to add 2 more police officers to restore us to the 2010 levels where we once were. They could be a boots-on-the-ground person for the peninsula. It could be a traffic control safety officer, as the police chief has requested 2 years in a row. I move that we put 2 more people on our police force. And the cost of that, because that could come up, I've asked finance to run that number. We do not add to our unfunded pension liability because the salary and benefit numbers include the pension. If CalPERS doesn't perform, there'll be perhaps over decades a slight hit. Everybody knows I've been chair of the finance committee. I've served on the finance committee for 5 years. I know the numbers inside and out. I abhor our unfunded pension liability. These 2 additions will not add to our unfunded pension liability. That is my motion. Do I have a second?
Second that motion.
Thank you. Do we have discussion? Mr. O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem.
We do have discussion. I have my own presentation.
Great.
Chief, I'm going to ask you to come up because we're going to need to talk crime statistics now. So the presentation started with the question of why those 2 officers were omitted from the budget. I think we can answer that. So let's start by looking at this, one of the slides that Mayor Dixon had shown. This is the blue level shows the total number of budgeted positions. The gray level shows the number of positions that were actually filled. So adding 2 positions when we haven't actually reached our maximum capacity on the number of budgeted positions already is a tough nut to swallow when we're talking about over $300,000 of additional salary and benefit. And to be fair, if CalPERS does miss their mark, which they are projected to do, any additional public safety officers would continue to add to an unfunded liability that is already below 70% funded status. So what we see is in 2016, we had 146 budgeted positions. In 2016, we had 139 filled positions. One of the questions you might ask is, why did we have a filled position ratio like that? And the answer is, we have really high standards. There are a lot of people who don't make it through the interview process. There are a lot of people who don't make it through the process of the recruiting. So when we see that, what we know is we dipped down in 2017 to 134 out of 146. And then we have more, and we have more coming in this year. So we have 145 to 146. So I asked, when this discussion started, I asked our police chief to pull together statistics on what we were seeing in terms of the actual crime stats over the last 5 years. I asked him also to pull together statistics on the number of calls, the number of traffic collisions. I asked him to pull together the number of calls that are going on specifically on the peninsula over the last 10 years. And I asked him to also pull the number of licenses that we have for liquor licenses on the peninsula to see how we're doing on that front as well. So let's talk about the peninsula first. Next slide, please. On the peninsula, we've actually seen a substantial decrease in calls for service over the last 4 years. That actually is kind of interesting. I was surprised by that number. I thought we'd actually see as an increase. I thought we might actually see a crime decrease because we've seen the number of positions filled. What we've actually seen is a call for service number that has gone down almost 4,000, about 3,700 from 2015 down to 2018. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that the liquor licenses have gone down substantially as well from 2015 to 2018, seeing that we've gone from 422 to 369. I'd also point out that not every ABC license is clearly the same. We have an ABC license at Safeway, for example, or Pavilions. Very different liquor license than one you'd see at a liquor store, for example. Very different liquor license than you'd see at Sharky's, the former American Junkie, which I think all of us were not sad to see leave. It's also obviously when we're comparing groups like that to a person like Mario Marovic, who gets up here and truly does provide enormous services to our community and should be applauded for doing so. And I appreciate him coming in and talking about his care for not just the peninsula, but for the community at large. It matters because what we see is we're seeing an increased number of good operators inside the peninsula, and that probably has led also to the fact that we have seen a substantial decrease in the number of calls for service and liquor licenses down on the peninsula as well. And then we also have the issue of what are our crime statistics looking like? Our police department for years and years and years have been tracking crime statistics. And every month they have what's called a crime stats meeting. That crime stats meeting is all of the area lieutenants. We have 4 areas inside of our city. The 4 area lieutenants get up and they speak to a panel of the highest ranking officers in the department, including our police chief. And they are accountable for every single crime that happens inside their district and figuring out how to decrease that crime. And the nice thing is they're doing a good job at it. So I asked for the last 5 years of crime statistics. And so part 1 crime, which the mayor referenced, is violent crime and property crime. Chief, looking at the last 5 years on this, my understanding is 2018 actually saw a reduction in total part 1 crime of almost 2% over the last 5 years. True? That's correct. Part Area 1, which includes the peninsula, total part 1 crime in 2018 was actually down almost 21% over the last 5-year average. Fair?
Over the 5-year average, correct, 20%.
Okay. And then when we're looking at the traffic trends, I also asked you to take a look at what our last 5 years of traffic service data is. And here's what I found. In 2016, total traffic collision injuries, 759. 2018, 618. In 2016, the total number of traffic collision reports was 1,037. In 2018, the number was 880. Are those accurate statistics?
Those are correct.
So what we've seen, traffic calls substantially down. Traffic injuries substantially down. Traffic collisions substantially down over the last 3 years. And that probably shouldn't be a surprise, again, given the fact that we've actually started staffing up to the levels that we've actually budgeted for already. We don't need to budget more people in a department that have not actually filled all of the positions yet. And if the question is an allocation of resources, I trust our police chief to make that decision far more than I do anyone else up on the dais, certainly including myself. I am not going to tell the police chief where to allocate his police officers. And quite frankly, can we go back one slide? Quite frankly, when we're looking at this and we're seeing that between 2017 and 2019, we've increased the department by 12 positions, and we have room for one more. If the police chief thought that we needed another position on traffic or on the peninsula, I can assure you that somewhere in that one of those 12 positions, he would have done so. I'm just not in a position of second guessing our police chief in that. I'm certainly not in a position of saying that we've seen a crime statistics that have increased so dramatically that we need to add 2 more bodies into a department that is doing a truly fantastic job.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. For those who are watching or anyone who's here as a journalist, I'd like to reassure you that Newport Beach is one of the safest cities in the county. And there's always room for improvements, but I have to note that there's actually a trend for a reduction in crime that I think we could see this evening pretty glaringly. Before I go into those numbers, to piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, Chief, there were calls, I believe, from individuals in your department for more traffic officers. Are you able to disclose what prompted those calls?
The discussion about traffic within our department came from more of a historical perspective, and I know that we talked about this back in the planning session where we looked at our traffic division and when we saw some contractions in the budget and where those positions went in terms of the in essence the restoring of our staffing levels over time. So we have those discussions came from our folks, from our residents, from council as well, directing and a discussion about what more traffic enforcement looks like and is it a priority for us. And so that's been an ongoing dialogue, obviously this year at the planning session in January, but also in the past as well.
Well, I was under the impression that perhaps some of my colleagues had concerns about traffic scenarios or traffic enforcement because they've heard from residents, but sometimes residents don't always know all the facts in front of them, and the appearance of something is not always true, or sometimes it actually can be. Are you able to read off, I know Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill read them off, are you able to read off traffic citations, reports, collisions, the statistics the last couple of years?
What I have, I can look at for the service level volumes that I have here at my fingertips right now are ones that we can talk about traffic collision reports. I can go over those and give you an idea for where 2014 our officers took 942, and I'll just continue to go 14, 15, 16, 17. So 942, 989, 1,037, 1,005, and then last year we were at 880 traffic collision reports.
So down slightly, uptick trend, and then now down.
In 2018, correct.
In 2018. And then how is 2019 looking thus far? Do you have that number?
2019, I don't have that
That's okay.
that number with me.
Yeah, it's okay. How many officers do we have in the academy that are going to be deployed on the streets?
Right now in the academy, we have 2 that are actually in the Orange County Sheriff's Academy right now. We have a number that are in backgrounds as well, but we also have a rather large number in our that are actually in training right now, and these are recruits that have graduated the academy and are now in field training. We had 2 recently make it out to solo patrol, and as the numbers, it's interesting, I looked at them this morning, we have 11 in training right now.
11 in training. When they're in training, are they working the beat with a partner, or are they?
When they're in training, they're working in a car with a field training officer. So the way it works, and generally with our recruits, we see, particularly ones that don't have prior law enforcement experience, we will see a roughly 27-week academy is what we put them through, and then depending on the needs of these individuals, we can go anywhere between 4 to 6 months where they're with a field training officer. There are times, frankly, when that training, we have people that are just not able to meet our standards, and we understand that when we hire folks that as hard as we try, not everybody is going to make it. And then there's extended probation period for after that time, where you are off of training, but you are still being supervised by the same field training officer staff and supervisors. And over that next year of 12 months, we get an opportunity to see how they perform in solo patrol, and then we make a decision at that point whether or not we are going to offer them a position, a non-probationary sworn police officer assignment within the department.
What's the average conversion rate from probation to full-time?
It would be difficult for me to put a number to that because we don't actually track that from when we see probation. But what I can tell you is that in general, when we hire police officers, and we have and the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned it earlier too, we have high standards for our folks when we bring them in the front door, and we hire our police officers because we expect that they are going to do well in the police academy, and that they're going to do well in training, and that they're going to do well on solo patrol. We in Newport Beach, that's where our standard is. And while we do have people that drop out of training, it is lower by the time that we get them actually into training than I believe than you would see at other places. Because again, we're trying to start with the best, and we hope for the best results. But we do see folks not make it from time to time. If I had to put a number to it, maybe 1 or 2 a year. And again, this is just off the top of my head.
So it's safe to say 7, really conservatively, to 9 will be solo patrol.
I think with this group, we have a good group so far, and I think that reasonably, I think we could say 9, sure. And in essence, my hope would be all 11, certainly.
And when would they be solo patrol? Essentially, an extra set of boots on the ground.
With this group, we have different different start times from the academy, considering the different needs for this group. But I would estimate that with this team that we have right now, all things going well, again with all of them, we would be looking at the end of the year.
In December.
Correct.
And
I think that that's being conservative.
And earlier side, so let's say it's conservative side. What's the more aggressive side when they'd be out?
We could see the fall, and
Okay.
Perhaps even into the late summer. But that would be very, very aggressive. We typically we want to make sure that we're having all the I's dotted and T's crossed when it comes to our training. But I would definitely say I'd say fall reasonably, and being conservative December.
Okay. Could we pull up again the mayor's presentation that was actually very thorough? I hope, did you put that together yourself? Because that's very thorough.
Well, with his help. I mean,
Okay,
I got
yeah.
the stats from them.
Yeah.
So put the thought process together.
Yeah, it's very thorough. Could we pull it up, especially 2018 numbers? Just a couple slides in. While she's doing that, Chief, the 5 homicides that the mayor referenced, how would you describe those homicides?
I think we had 2 tragic homicide events that happened at the first quarter of this year, and in these circumstances, these were the suspects that we found. One of them was it was what we would characterize as a domestic violence type of situation, and the second one we had a nexus of the suspects here to our victims in both those cases.
So yeah, that's just, I want everyone to sleep well tonight. Those 5 homicides that were referenced are tragic scenarios where it's a heat of passion or there's a relationship between the suspect and the victim. And it's not that Newport Beach is unsafe community in any way at all. It's unfortunate circumstances with relationships and the mental health and evil state of mind of individuals who know the victims. Very tragic nonetheless. If you look at some of these numbers, this is not quite, let me see if I can get us to the one.
Couple pages on 18.
Yeah. There's one, keep going. Here, no. Hold on a second. Go back to that one. Well, we can stick this one for a second. The 2018 numbers for violent crimes that the mayor presented were 128. Thus far, 6 months in, we've got 43. So it's well on track to be under the numbers. So there's a reduction in violent crime. Now, granted, that could take a slight uptick with the increased residents in the summer.
If I remember correctly, it's the same year-to-date number as last year. We are at the same number.
Yeah, it makes sense that they could.
But it's tracking at the same number as last year.
Yeah, so it makes sense that there could be an uptick because of summer activity. But I'm of the opinion that the traffic officers are not necessary, and I'm of the opinion that Newport is continuing to be a very safe place to live, and that our police department actually is combating crimes of whether it's Resburg or violent felonies. So I won't support an additional officer traffic base, but I would support another officer who is boots on the ground, who is dedicated. If there's more crime in the peninsula and the chief says that's where I want the officer, great. However, if it's an officer that we authorize, but the police chief decides not to deploy that officer, it's at his discretion. I'd be comfortable doing that. I would not be comfortable telling you, I want you to hire another police officer, but I would be comfortable authorizing one more officer for the sake of public safety, not for the sake of traffic control. Because I think as Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill showed, there's actually a reduction in those incidents, and I'm much more concerned with public safety than I am with the community perception sometimes of traffic, which is, I would argue, is not entirely accurate given the numbers. I do want to say that some of the communities surrounding Newport Beach will not accurately display their numbers. What I mean is that if you go and you live in one of these communities and you file a police report, they will not actually turn it in. And that's how they artificially keep their FBI statistics low. So just because just because Newport Beach cops are honest, and when there's a report to be made, they make one, does not mean that Newport Beach is a less safe community than other communities that perhaps do not disclose or record the crimes because they're trying to be perceived as a safer city than they actually are. And I do think that there are crimes that occur in the moment, like assault and alcohol-related crimes that are a reality to having a vibrant business community. But I'd like to thank the good operators who do so much to stem those activities. And I'm also surprised, I must say, what Mayor Pro Tem Wendell also showed is the reduction in alcohol licenses on the peninsula. So I just want to thank the police officers, thank the mayor for bringing this to our attention. I would support one more officer at the chief's discretion, but I would be against 2, especially since we're not fully staffed yet, and we have as little as 9, it sounds like, and maybe even more, to be deployed as solo officers in the field as early as late summer and as late as December.
Can I just follow up, Chief? What, in terms of staffing levels, just to clarify, these members going through the academy and being trained, what is your average attrition rate on an annual basis?
It's always a moving target for our attrition rate, and those things are impacted by sometimes things that are out of our control. You know, we have, and just to give you an example, just over this month, we lost 2 tenured officers to retirements related to injuries they suffered while on the line of duty. Those are ones that are long-term and they affect our numbers. And again, when I talk about it, having a moving target, what I'd like to have ideally is all our folks healthy and all our folks in uniform and going about the business, doing police work. But after being in this business for as long as I have, I know that is somewhat of a not a reality that we see, unfortunately, just based on the nature of what it is that we do. So we have those things. We have a retirement from one of our field training officers who actually has had 101 trainees over the course of his career, and we're going to lose him next week to a service retirement. We also have a number of individuals that are retirement age, and those are all personal decisions about when they choose to go or not. But that's what ends up happening with our attrition rate. It's hard to predict. We know it exists, and so what we do, and this is a discussion that's an ongoing discussion at the management level, and in every deployment period, we are looking and we're making decisions about who we see perhaps leaving, retiring, who do we have that's injured and that's out, and how do we meet our minimum staffing level. So it's always a moving target in terms of attrition rate.
Well, thank you very much. And just in your numbers there, mentally adding that up, 5 or 6 people you'll be expecting to retire or lose to injury this year. So you're bringing on 8, you may be losing 5 to 8 in terms of retirements or early retirements or transfers or resignations or what have you. So it is a moving target. So just wanted to call that out. Ms. Brenner.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that we're hearing from our residents continuously that we're not adequately enforcing various regulations that we have, whether it's traffic or whether it's boardwalk issues or whether it's going to be vacation rental issues in the middle of the night. The fact that we don't have enough people on staff to adequately enforce all the rules and regulations that we have adds up to fewer reports of those things. So, and I'd like to point out that what we're talking about is getting back to 2010 levels. That's not the optimum. We're talking about getting back to 2010 levels before we had the early release problem with the criminals and before the homeless issue became as great as it is now, and now that we have the mental health component. I mean, it's not like 2010 was the optimum in service. So I think we need to really look at being able to give our citizens what they deserve for the high property taxes that they pay. We need to be able to enforce all of our rules and regulations and have our citizens know that they can depend on having enough staff to be able to do that adequately. So I think that's a factor that we need to take into account.
All right, Mr. Avery.
Thank you. Well, this is why we get paid the big bucks up here in situations like this where we're trying to really look at this, and we're a little bit divided. It's tough. And Chief, thank you for everything you do, and I know it's not enjoyable to be in the seat you're in right now, and I'll try not to make it any harder. But I would like to, all we can go by is we see a request from the chief for 2 more officers. For some of us, we go, well, we want to do everything we can to provide the force that you require and to certainly enable you to hit your staffing levels that you need for the community. So I guess taking everything out of it, it seems to me in the summertime, the department's got to be stressed all the time. Is that right? Are you pulling up as many people as you can, obviously? And that seems to me to be the issue, is our cycles are really strong in the summer. And how do we take care of that?
We do, and what we've seen over, historically, we've always seen the Balboa Peninsula has been, and the beaches in the summer as our busy times, and they still are. But what we've seen as the cities continue to evolve is that we've seen our cycles. We're always going to be busy in the summer, but we've also found that our activity has been increased in some of the other areas of the city as well. Particularly over in this side of town with some of the things that we've seen in Fashion Island, in the Fashion Island Resort District types of areas. So we've seen a different picture of where our service demands have been as a city as we've gone forward particularly over these past 10 years.
Yeah, we had some pretty high-profile breaking, the casework in the jewelry stores and smash and grab and all that. And I don't mean to, and I agree with Councilmember Muldoon. I think we're a safe city, and it's easy to kind of get the skies falling. But I think the only thing we really can go by here is statistics and numbers. I mean, that's what you go by, right? What else can we do? And look at that. And then we also need to listen to our residents, of course, and somehow fold that in and blend that in. And then we all up here have a fiduciary responsibility to do what we can to keep the budget in line, and certainly this ever-present threat to our fiscal health, the unfunded liability. So this is a real difficult decision. And it just seems to me we're really looking at here, you don't know how many people from training are going to be coming forward exactly at the end of the year.
That's correct. I mean, I can't predict it, but I'm confident that that there are a substantial number of those will make it through.
Okay, and you can't really predict retirements, but and perhaps disability leaves. So do you have a sense of where if you could, I hate to guess, where you might be in staffing levels at the end of the year compared to where we are now?
Certainly. What I can tell you in terms of my projections and being optimistic, and I've had some discussions with Ms. Young about this as well, is that we believe that with where we're at right now, with the ones that we have in training, even taking into account attrition, and we're still hiring. We still have folks in background, and some of those are lateral officers that are typically ones that were able to get out on the street quicker. But I've also had the discussion with Ms. Young too, is that I believe that there is a potential that over this fiscal year we can get to that number with attrition. And I'm talking about what what we're looking at for overall for the department, which is a significant achievement. And I know that this is something that I know that our council supported, and I've received support from our city manager and in particular our HR team to bring in the high quality applicants that we've seen over the years. So our discussion has been that I have the opportunity to discuss with Ms. Leong about potentially overhiring in anticipation of getting to this number and looking, so let's say, for example, let's say we reach 147 where we have our actual number is there and it matches our budgeted positions, but we also know that, 3 months down the road, maybe we're going to have a retirement, that I have the ability with justification to go to her and ask for permission to take a quality candidate and maybe hire above what our authorized strength is in anticipation of vacancies. And we've never been in a place like that before in many, many years here.
Great. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'll agree with Councilman Avery. We got to look at the statistics. when we're looking at the numbers and we're seeing crime trends down over the last 5 years, we see calls for service, to Councilmember Brenner's point, down. We see traffic collisions down. We see traffic injuries down. We see the number of officers we are currently hiring up. We see that there's still capacity for more officers coming on. Our police chief just referenced that. We do not have a staff report in front of us from anyone from the police department asking for more officers. We have a budget currently recommended by our city manager that does not recommend adding these officers, despite the number of discussions we've had at the finance committee level, at the city council level, in study sessions, and at our planning meeting. This is a terrible process to go through an entire budget process like this, and then at the last minute try to add on 2 more budgeted positions in a group that is an extraordinary unfunded liability, when we know that the statistics themselves do not bear out, not even close, adding more bodies into this. And to Councilmember Muldoon's point, these 2 homicides and the homicide victim statistics that we are seeing up on the screen right now, there's not a number of police officers that we could have added into the city to stop those 2 crimes of passion. Not a number. And adding 2 officers in and showing 2,000 Part 1 crimes and saying we're going to reduce them down. We're not going to reduce down 2,000 crimes with 2 officers. We're not going to reduce 2,400 crimes. What we are doing is, with the current numbers that we've got, we are reducing. So there is no number, not a single numerical justification for adding more budgeted positions when we have not filled those positions and seeing the crime statistics going down. And I would just point out, I am the chairman of the finance committee, and if this motion goes through, I will be voting against a budget that I've spent dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of hours working toward. It is an unfair thing to do to add this on to the back end of a process like this, and it really needs to be its own item at the next meeting if someone feels that strongly about something like this, especially given the fact that our police chief has not requested this in writing, and our city manager has not requested this in writing, and there are good reasons for it, and we should all listen to it as part of this budget process. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we approve this budget with item 4 taken out of the checklist and nothing else added into the checklist.
I'd be willing to second, but I have a compromise that you may or may not like. I don't know. And it's going to take everyone on the dais if they're interested. So I like the idea of taking it out of this budget because Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill's worked very hard on this budget. And I'm personally not going to support 2. As I said, if you have a problem and you can't get behind me, that's fine. I would support 1, which is 148, purely at the discretion of the chief if he wants to staff it from 147 once to get full staff. If he never thinks he has to, well, then we're avoiding an unfunded pension liability additional concern we have to fund. If he does decide that it's within the public safety of the best interest of the city of Newport Beach to have that officer after he's fully staffed at 147, well, then it would be purely up to his discretion. So I think that protects Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill from having to vote against his own budget, and perhaps he would even agree with the line of thought that it's at the chief's discretion while still addressing the concerns of another officer. So I don't know if you want a second on yours, Will, for the sake of discussion, or if you're amenable to adjusting to reflect what I said.
I can't support something like that. I mean, it goes against every number that we've seen. It goes against the entire budgeting process we've made. It goes against the recommendation of our city manager. There is no recommendation from our police chief on this matter. This is just no. I can't support additional. I can't support additional personnel at this late hour. It's just not appropriate to add on something like this. So my substitute motion would stand.
Well, I will second it for the sake of discussion. I will tell you that I understand the concern of residents in light of Prop 47, light of Prop 57, and that it still would be totally discretion of the chief if he decided to fill this position. I'm happy to second your motion for sake of discussion, but I will return when that's debated, and if it fails, I'll return to my compromise proposal.
Let me just comment, too, that I served as chair of the Finance Committee for 4 years and have continue to be a member of the Finance Committee and respect its good work. As I began my comments, 2 years in a row, the police chief has requested 2 additional officers, albeit they're traffic, but they're fungible, and whether they go boots on the ground or traffic safety, I feel they're important. I look at these numbers. Numbers are data. We want data points, absolutely. But these are property crimes and crimes against our residents that are dealing with every day. The fact that the trend numbers may be going down, I mean, they're still, the point of my going through all these numbers is they're still significant numbers that our police force is doing a fine job. This isn't a criticism at all of the police. It's how can we help them do better? As I drilled through the peninsula issues, we know crime fighting has changed. That is documented in national statistics, that police today fight crime differently because the greater demands that are imposed because of homeless, mental illness, and our special cases in our community, short-term lodging, boardwalk conditions, they're just excessive in our community. The fact that a few numbers go down, they go up the next year. ABC licenses, some restaurants go out of business, the property changes hands, it becomes something different. We still have, as you saw in my statistics regarding the peninsula, a higher concentration by quadruple the number in District 1 versus any other part of Orange County. Now, my point in making that is not to lament that as much as we need boots on the ground. A few months ago, in response, another one of the many times that the police chief and his team respond to District 1 residents, they wanted to see boots on the ground in the Newport Pier area because of the large numbers of homeless there. They started, Officer Brian Moore and his team were there, boots on the ground, and I heard from phone calls and text messages from residents saying, thank you, we're seeing boots on the ground. Now we don't see them anymore. They made their appearance for a week or two and now they're gone, because that is how we deal with incidents to keep our community safe. They cannot be on every corner, nor do I want them on every corner. And the police chief did request twice publicly, he did prepare a presentation for 2 traffic safety officers just to help support what he assessed the needs. I'm not lobbying for traffic safety officers. I'll be grateful to get 1 officer, boots on the ground, that could serve our whole city, particularly where the high crime areas are. But this has been discussed consistently for 2 years. Last year, we summarily rejected it. This year, as I said in my opening comments, I really wanted to dig into the people behind these crimes. These are our residents. I don't need a staff report anymore to tell me that our residents are affected by crime in our community. We have looming ahead of us, now it is projected, but it's probably likely to happen because legislation has been introduced to allow for marijuana dispensaries in every community that has liquor stores on a 1-to-4 average. A ratio. So we know things are not going to just be status quo, and we should be responsible just to get back to the 2010 numbers. That's all I'm asking, and I am very grateful to Mr. Councilmember Muldoon's attempt at compromise. I support that amended motion, and I hope that that could go through, and I hope the Mayor Pro Tem would see the residents of this city want additional 1 person to, not going to solve crime, but it's 1 more resource to be deployed to keep our community safer. And maybe someday we will get on the list of the safest cities in the United States, but we're not there yet. Mr. Muldoon, you're still on the list. Did you want to speak? Mr. Avery.
I support Councilmember Muldoon's motion for the exact reasons that he specifies and in the exact way he specified it in terms of the chief's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so your motion is still on the table, Mayor Pro Tem. So you have you seconded it. Okay, let's vote on that.
Okay, with council members Brenner, Herdman, Muldoon, and Mayor Dixon voting no, the motion fails 4-3.
So I would ask as a matter of courtesy that you at least allow me to vote for this budget, so that if this item is so important that you believe we need it, bring it back at the next meeting so I can vote for the budget that I've worked for.
Well, you could also vote for the budget, but not for this checklist item or this revision item.
No, because if you put this checklist item into the budget, I've got to vote on the entire budget. I'm asking as a matter of courtesy, given the amount of time that I've committed to this, that you put this forward at the next meeting as an independent item and so allow me to vote for this budget that I've worked so hard on.
Yeah, so
I will do that, but we've all worked hard on this budget, Mayor Pro Tem. Not just you, we all have worked all the hours and meetings that the finance director indicated. We've all worked hard to do what's right for our community, and I respect that motion. I will support that. And we'll go through this again in 2 weeks.
May I make the substitute motion verbally again?
Sure.
So I'll restate the substitute motion. Substitute motion was to bifurcate this item so Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill can vote on the budget on its own. And this item would come back as a compromise. There would be one officer that was authorized, take a number, the 148, but not to be hired unless it's within the chief's discretion. And that officer would be dedicated to patrol, not to traffic enforcement. You still do whatever you like with your traffic department, chief, but that it would be for that purpose, and that this would be a substitute motion essentially to the motion asking for 2 officers.
There's still the item number 4 on the checklist as well.
Yes. So what you're suggesting, just to clarify, is we would vote on the budget tonight, and as an additional rider, you would bring back for staff recommendation the addition of an officer at the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Bifurcated, yes.
Okay.
I'll second
right.
that.
Do we need to have any public discussion?
Was there a second?
I said I'll second that.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's call for the vote.
Do we have public comment?
Do I need public comment on that?
No.
You've already closed.
Okay.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, very good. All right. Item number 22, which is the ordinance to amend the zoning code to rename the municipal resident detached and include a reference to allow attached units. So this is a technical change. I think Mr. Jurgis will explain.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Simone Jurgis, Community Development Director. With me, I have Liz Westmoreland. This item before you, it is just a technical change. You know, we've realized that we actually have an error in the zoning code, and that affects about 16 properties up in the West Santa Ana Heights area. We're asking that the council consider this change. It changes the nomenclature, which from a multiple residential detached to a medium density residential. What it was before in the past, that this the current code was only allowing detached units, and actually in that area we actually have attached units, a mixture of both, and so we realized that this is actually a zoning error, a text error from the 2010 zoning code update. So it got noticed during the Planning Commission hearing for a townhouse project. The Planning Commission directed staff to change and fix the error, and we're back in front of the City Council.
Okay, any questions up here? Seeing none, out to the public. Any questions on this item? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon, council members. I'm one of the affected people with regards to this. I know I moved here 16 years ago, and it took me a long time to try to save up and buy a home here. And then I had to muster up more money to then buy another home, and I have to combine these lots together and to try to develop this property that is going to be coming for you guys in a couple of months. And my intentions were, I always thought that the entire district was attached, or my street, and it was kind of blown back that that wasn't added into the code. So I think this is, I'm in favor of making the changes to conform to the area that I'm in.
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, my name is Anastasios Nicolau.
Yeah. So you're the property owner that brought this?
What?
It was your property that brought this to our attention?
It was,
well,
yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments, please come forward. Seeing none, come back up here. Seeing none, let's vote. Do we have a motion to adopt?
We do not.
I'll move staff recommendation.
All right, do we have a second? Anybody want a second?
I'll second it.
All right, second, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance number 2019-10, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, amending the Newport Beach Municipal Code to rename the multiple residential detached zoning district to medium-density residential and include reference to attached dwelling units. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, item number 23 is authorization to issue obligations to the California Statewide Development Authority to benefit the Harbor Point Senior Living Project. Staff?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. In February, Council approved the entitlements associated with the Harbor Point Senior Living developments and 99-bed assisted memory care located at 101 Bayview. The developer would like to proceed with tax-exempt financing. The project is eligible for tax-exempt financing through the sale of multifamily housing revenue bonds. The city is in no way responsible for the issuance or repayment of the bonds. However, since the development is located in the jurisdiction of the city, the Internal Revenue Code requires the city to hold a public hearing, allow public comment, and ultimately adopt a resolution authorizing the Joint Powers Authority to issue the proposed bonds on behalf of the developer.
Any comment up here? Seeing none, any public comment? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. And although, as you heard, the city may have no direct liability in this, on the other hand, you are making a gift to the private investors in that you're allowing them to invest in this tax-free, which I really don't understand the justification for why we're doing that selectively. But the main comment I want to make about this is what I noticed in the notice of this meeting that was published in the newspaper. When this Harbor Point Senior Living project was approved, it required you to approve an amendment to our general plan. We were told it was a congregate care memory care unit. It did not count as a residential property. Therefore, it had no green light implications. It's adding 99 units, but they weren't residences. The notice that was published in the paper now describes this project as a 99-unit senior living multifamily rental housing project. And it says as a condition of issuance of the bonds that the developer is going to assure that 20% of the units are affordable housing. There's some real disconnect here in this being described and apparently a condition of the bonds that this is a residential project. And we were told it was something different when the general plan was being amended. I think if the notice is correct, this should in some way be counted towards the green light limit for how many units can be added to this area of the city every 10 years. Thank you.
Mr. Sweden, you want to comment on that? Is this?
I'll go ahead and refer that to Simone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, we've gone through this entitlement process and went to the Planning Commission. It is a 99-bed assisted and memory care facility. It meets the general plan requirements and it does not trigger the Charter 423.
Okay. All right. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And do we have a motion?
Well, I'll just note real quickly, Mr. Mosier called this a gift. It clearly is not a gift. And he's referencing a decision that we're making, and the decision we're making is based on a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, which we did not pass, and the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, which we do not sit on. And this is a state incentive with federal implications that have The only reason we even have a nexus to it is because the law requires a local jurisdiction to make the findings in lieu of state agencies doing so. So to reference this as a gift is inappropriate and just not correct. So I'll make a motion for staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm sorry. I overlooked.
Second that.
Okay, let's vote.
With Councilmember Herdman absent and Councilmember Muldoon voting no, the motion carries 5-1.
All right, Madam Clerk.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council, either this meeting or the previous meeting, may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
All right, I don't think we have any motions for reconsideration, so we are adjourned. Thank you very much.